The following is a political advert.
For decades, Zambia has searched for its promise. Through triumph, sacrifice, and difficult seasons. Many promised change. Many spoke of hope, but the burden remained heavy. And then, a servant of the people stepped forward. Not perfect, not a magician, but a man willing to lead his people through the wilderness toward a better Zambia. Like Moses leading his people toward the promised land. The journey was never meant to be easy, because nations are not built overnight. They are built through faith, sacrifice, and perseverance. The work is not finished, but Zambia is moving forward.
On the 13th of August 2026, vote for HAKAINDE HICHILEMA as President of the Republic of Zambia.
Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another special edition of the Daybreak Special, broadcasting live on Prime TV Zambia and PTV2 Zambia, the home of breaking news. We're live on Topstar, Channel 110, DSTV, Channel 273, as well as GoTV, Channel 94, and streaming live on our different social platforms and beyond, Facebook as well as YouTube. And now we are in our final straight. Just in 2 days, millions of Zambians will go to the polls to make one of the most consequential decisions in our democracy. Who should Zambia vote for the next 5 years? And as 13th August draws closer, the question becomes more urgent. Has the government delivered enough to deserve another mandate? Or is the opposition presenting a credible alternative, or merely asking Zambians to vote for change? What should voters believe amid competing political claims, campaign promises, misinformation, and of course heightened political emotions? Those are some of the questions that we'll be able to confront over the next 4 hours. My name is Naomi Msoya.
And I'm Kizito Naomi, a lot of energy out there. And of course, I'm not alone. On the set, I'm going to be, talking more likely with the deep diver, Poshin Gongo, who is going to go into the intricates, break down what is happening in the country, in the political world. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, Kizito. Good morning, Naomi.
Good morning, gentlemen. Looking good. We're in the spirit today. It is a black and white attire.
It's a Black Friday.
No. It's a Tuesday.
It's a prophecy of good things.
Absolutely.
Jesus should have been black, I think.
I don't know how well you also know your SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals. Which one is like your favorite?
Where are you driving to?
I'm particularly interested in Goal 17, which talks about the power of collaboration.
Yes,
and that is why we're here this particular morning.
Awesome. Yes, it's a great moment to collaborate, with TV2 as well as Prime TV, just to ensure that we break down some of the big stories this week. It's a very crucial week this week. It's a destiny deciding week. We get to choose who governs us, who governs this country on our behalf. So it's not a week that you go to sleep on. So it's a very crucial week, and glad that even as Prime and TV2, we collaborate just to ensure that we give our viewers out there the best content. I said yesterday, and I keep on saying throughout the week, you have no business switching to other channels this week. I don't even know what you're doing out there.
Absolutely. If you're not here, where are you? Especially this week. This is a very crucial one.
Yes, Naomi, and just to to come to terms, we are in a period where there's a lot of information that is going to go to people, and some of it unverified. And I think that we are here to just ensure that we give people verified information, accurate information, And I'm glad the team yesterday, Paul and his team, did a good work analyzing and speaking into a particular conversation where we saw Binwo Mpundu, and his team, and of course his president, Hode Presser. Of course, we'll go into these things deeply. But I was very glad. I was glued all the way through. Like Paul has rightly said, I was glued. And I'm so glad that the team has come out to say, look, AI.
Kizito, that conversation is pretty interesting. We'll be getting into that. But what is very exciting is our media team this morning will not be able to mislead anyone, no?
Especially Paul, because he will bisect you if your data is not true. If there's no due diligence, you might as well just say, hey, can we go back and check our facts?
Absolutely. We have a totally packed show, but we want you, our viewers, to be part of this conversation as usual. A little later on, we'll definitely be able to pick up your phone calls, and you will be able to call us on 0776 409840. The number will be on your screen, and you'll be able to send your comments through our Facebook page, and be able to read them later on as well. But it's a totally packed show, and we'll be able to have conversations also with Economic Freedom Fighters President One, Mr. Kasonde Mwenda, who will be able to join us for what promises to be a critical conversation. Zambia at the crossroads. Is the opposition also ready to govern? Those are some of the questions that we'll definitely be able to ask as Zambia opposition developed a credible program for the government, whether it has structures, a leadership required to govern, and whether voters are being offered a genuine alternative. These are questions that we'll be able to ask later on. But I'm also very, very excited because we'll be joined by Zambia's Deputy High Commissioner to Tanzania, one in Anthony Walia. His return to Zambia just days before election raises questions of its own. Why is he back? Should there be a line drawn between diplomatic service as well as partisan politics? And beyond the politics, what tangible benefits is Zambia getting from, its relationship with Tanzania? And later on as well, UPND Deputy District Chairperson, this one is a familiar face here, one in Saviors, and Daba will also be able to join us to put just, conversations with regards how the party has performed so far. So no slogans, no campaign rhetoric, the record. What promises the UPND have been able to fulfill? Kizito.
Yes, Naomi, of course, and that's a very packed show indeed, and so stay tuned. But before we go into some of these deep conversations, break them down and go into politics, we just want to ensure that you see what is happening in the country. We are part of the global village. Zambia is happening. If you notice, a lot of eyes are on Zambia. Even people in diaspora want to see what is happening. But of course, it will be important for us to just see what is happening. And now, shortly, will leave us to just go and take news, and so that you keep informed. And then from those news items, you are able to form conversations that shape and form the nation. So we will excuse Naomi for now, and when we return, we have more deep conversations.
Daybreak is brought to you by Airtel.
After a long day of spreadsheets, traffic, and people saying circle back, Twambo just wants to stream his favorite show. But of course, his subscription expired. Good thing he's got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card for his global subscriptions. One tap and he's back in business. No panic, no drama. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date. That's it. Show back on. Subscription paid. Couch life activated. Be like Twambo. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Meet Suilanji. Curious, creative, always learning. New skills, global trends, she's in on it. Design or tech, she's exploring the best international options. And with the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, paying is the easy part. One quick tap and she's learning from the best. No stress, no visa, no problem. Even her parents are getting in on it. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date, and that's it. Be like Suilanji. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Meet Mundia. He ditched the 9 to 5 to build his brand. And yeah, he's crushing it. With the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, he's not just buying ad space, he's building hype. He pays for ads the same way he sells most of his shoes. Online, fast, and always on. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your Global Pay Card details, CVV, and expiry date. That's it. The Airtel Money Global Pay Card, that's what keeps it moving. Be like Mundia. Get your Global Pay Card in the Airtel Money section.
Such a beautiful day to have a beautiful day from wherever in the world you're joining us from. Keep the conversations going on a different social platform. We'll be able to read your messages, and later on, do pick up your phone calls on such an interesting day today. 2 days to go before Zambia is headed to the polls. And the big question this particular morning is we're asking, is Zambia ready for a change of government? Basically exploring whether the opposition is ready to take the reins of power. Those are conversations that we'll be able to get into later on, even with our guests on the show. But now let's check out with how the weather and money markets are faring. And those are your early money market indicators this morning as we continue analyzing the economy throughout this election period. One of the bigger question remains, are improvements in economic indicators translating into improvements in the daily lives of Zambians? That is a question that we'll put directly to our guest later this morning. Kizito.
Yeah, yes, Naomi, of course, I know we are talking a lot about economics, but suffice to say that I would want to add the word socioeconomics, so that sometimes we have to look at both the socials and the numbers, because sometimes economics may mean that you are doing very well financially, but other things, social issues are not adding up. And I would just want to today to ask Paul as well as you, Naomi, to just pick what is on your mind. I do know that all our minds are set on elections and what will turn out, but maybe let us just sit down a little bit and from my end, Paul, what is on my mind is to remember the time when Zambia was stressed. I would actually use the word distressed. Every time I walked, I was afraid my sets may be removed. What
a way to put it.
Yes, indeed. And the next day, I was afraid my child was going to be gassed. And the next day, it was campaign time, and you feared, even to talk about what you have. So you had to be watermelon. These are some of the conversations that we are having the last 5 years before we come to where we are today. But what's on your mind?
No, I think you've brought out a very important aspect, Kizito, because the two environments, we can compare the two environments, prior to the elections in 2021 and the elections now in 2026. How were the environment? What's the difference that is there? How are we, living then and how are we living now? I think if we are going to, sometimes I always ask us to have very honest conversations. I think we're going to be very honest. The environment is way better compared to the way it was, because I, being a victim, actually in 2021, several times, the environment was not as conducive as it is now. Yes, that is not to say that we've reached the state of perfection, but I think if we go backwards, we will be able to know, unless you had traveled out of the country or living in exile. But if you are here, you realize that even in this election week, it's not as tense.
That's right.
Yesterday, I was supposed to have, Mrs. Mumbipiri in the studio. And when I was talking to her, she says, I can't come, so let's do a Zoom. The first question I asked, during that Zoom conversation is, why aren't you here? No, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what, ma'am?
Afraid of what? No, Kadas, even there in the studios, they can abduct me. I think it's an exaggeration.
Right. But also, what lessons can we draw from, where we're coming from, Paul, how tense, the situation was, or sometimes what we have been able to see now, a few selected or isolated, violence cases that, we've been able to pick, like beyond politics. I know leaders come, leaders go. We will be able to do that in the next days if we will maintain the leadership, or maybe Zambia is ready to have a change. We intermarry also beyond, this period. What lessons can we draw as Zambians and how to live beyond our political differences?
I think we should learn to agree to disagree. That Kizito might prefer marrying an Asian, and that's his preference. I would like, maybe I like them black.
That's your preference.
And that's my preference. And just because I don't agree with his preference doesn't mean we are enemies. That's his preference. We can't all think the same. But I think for me, at the root of even violence is a component of failing to, fathom the idea that it's not everyone who think like you. People fail to fathom that idea that people can't always side with your perspective.
And even if they don't, you're not enemies.
Yeah. So you must always side with them for you to be in good books with them. I think that is what we call bootlicking.
But Paul, you talked about Mumbipiri. I remain thinking, is that an admission of guilty that during their reign and their time, they did so much that they think this has continued? Do you think that could be the case?
Yes, actually, there's a term in psychology. I've forgotten the term. When it's like the way I'll bring it down home.
Yes.
When you as a husband, you are cheating. You will think your wife is also cheating.
You project it on them.
Yes, you project it on them.
Suspicious people are usually guilty.
Yes, you project it on them. So it's projection based on what you are doing. So I think based on what was happening then, it's evident that you think it will also happen now.
And half the times trust is a certainty based on past experiences. I like that wording, because half the times the things that could have happened in the past, you want to more or less move with them in the future, and you're a little afraid.
Yeah, so I think in answering your question, Kizito, I think you could be right to a larger extent that it's about memories of what used to happen under their hands, and they think because this used to happen under our hands, we know what we used to do then. So it can also happen now, and us now as victims. So 6 o'clock, I start rushing to where I better be at my family.
But no, it's definitely not like that. I know we'll be getting into political conversations later on, gentlemen. What is on my mind? I want to take us away a little bit from politics. Over the weekend, I don't know if you know Toni Braxton. She's a singer. Yeah. If you're a love person like I am, I know Mr. Kizito is also a lover man. I'm sure he knows that lady.
How do you know he's a lover man?
We have had conversations.
Oh, yeah. What conversations has Kizito and Naomi had? Oh.
I don't know what you're thinking for, but yes, just know that
you've had conversations about love.
Of course.
Love.
About love, he's tutored me. He's given me many cardinal lessons in that context. Yes,
it's about verses.
There you go.
and of course, Paul. One of the things that you find about life is that you can't put boundaries and wall fences around people. It is always a question of what you call self-control. You always find your line trying to cross the other line.
Wow. The boundaries should be there.
I agree.
Are you telling us that you've put boundaries between you and Naomi?
Why am I getting in the conversation? let me finish what is on my mind. So the lady...
Wait a minute. I think that even this as a boundary, check there's a boundary.
No, let me finish. So the lady posted a picture of herself. It was her 2nd year anniversary, apparently, with the husband. So she put a picture of herself saying, happy anniversary. This is like a 2nd anniversary of herself and the ring. So there were so many comments on that post. People were calling that diabolical. Like, how do you put a picture of yourself and just the ring? So I'm asking this morning, like, when celebrating your anniversary, should your partner also be in the picture?
Oh, anniversary with who? You're not alone in the anniversary.
But I'm married to somebody. But should you be in the picture?
So what, you're celebrating alone?
It's me in the wedding dress and the ring and the man.
Naomi, what is very, very, it's a perspective. You see, when women are upset, they will throw everything, even to the public. This is how I'm feeling, and it is understood. It just means that this woman requires attention. Perhaps a dude has been busy, is not available. Maybe he's involved in 1 or 2 activities. So to get to him, to get to his friends and relatives, she has to post herself on the ring, But we hope that the gentleman can come round.
Right. Hope you can come round. Many lessons to pick from the men also. But keep the conversations going. We'll be able to have more after this short break.
This is Mwamba, the Deco Queen. She turns spaces from mayo to wow. She could fly to China for new products, but why pick jet lag when you've got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card? No flights, no visas, just browse, pay, done. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your Global Pay Card details, CVV, and expiry date. Simple. Be like Mwamba. Get your Global Pay Card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure,
Say hello to the new Blue Band with vanilla. Double the yum with classic Blue Band flavor and rich creamy vanilla taste. New Blue Band with vanilla, the taste you love plus vanilla. Now available in stores countrywide.
Nabadde wamene muno munzi apa nina 59 years. Mu 59 years yumo hospital enze patali so enzo tipasako bazimayi benangu bonongokera mu load bana monga ine mu 1990 inapapira panjira pamene napapira penze pansanga so mwana anabwera alasiwa na mauzu anapitira pamene so apa tionga government ilipo kuti awe batiyangana akoero batigwira na mpamvu awe tionga zikomo maningi ku government kuti baperekelele
308 maternity annexes built countrywide since 2021, but there's still more work to be done.
When women rise, Zambia rises. With unity, we will keep delivering and move Zambia forward together.
As Zambia counts down to the 13th August general elections, PTV2 Zambia is your trusted source for every major update, every key development, and every decisive moment.
Campaigns are underway, promises are being made, and the battle for votes has officially begun.
During this election season, we will break down the 2026 general elections, comparing today's political landscape with 20...
Watching the Prime TV early morning news at 6:30 hours, the headlines. The Electoral Commission of Zambia has clarified that the presidential election results will be announced on a regular basis when received from constituencies. A consortium of 11 civil society organizations has expressed concern over the electoral process ahead of Thursday's elections. With the details, I am Naomi Msoya. The Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, has maintained that the absence of the cross-X mark does not invalidate a ballot paper, as the law does not prescribe the specific mark. ECZ Chief Electoral Officer Brown Casaro has cited Section 66B of the Electoral Process Act of 2016, which provides that once a voter receives the ballot paper, they shall mark the ballot paper in a way that indicates the candidate that the voter wishes for. He argues that the provision only requires a voter to mark the ballot paper in a manner that clearly indicates the candidate of their choice, adding that the law does not prescribe a cross-X as the only mark that may be used. In a statement, Mr. Casaro states that while Regulation 33D of the Electoral Process Regulations 2016 instructs voters to use a cross when marking their ballot papers, the provision must be read together with Regulation 46, which sets out when the ballot paper is rejected. Meanwhile, the Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, has clarified that presidential election results will be announced as and when received and verified, with 17th August being the day when final results will be announced. Speaking during a stakeholders meeting comprising faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, and the local monitors in Lusaka, ECZ Chief Electoral Officer Brown Casaro said the 72-hour timeframe is an administrative commitment by the Commission.
As the election day is set to be held in just 3 days, the Commission held a meeting with participating stakeholders where commitments to announce the final election results were made.
The 72 hours is not provided for in the Electoral Act. It's an administrative commitment of the Commission. The law in Zambia does not prescribe the period within which the Commission has to declare. What the Commission has committed to is that it will work at declaring the presidential election results within 72 hours of the close of the last polling station. Let me also take this opportunity to indicate that the operative word there is within. So it's not that the Commission will wait until 72 hours. Regular announcements will be made, as has already been indicated from the respective constituencies and indeed from the National Results Center. However, it's the declaration that will come at the end that is projected to be done within 72 hours.
During the meeting, it was announced that August 13 has been declared a public holiday. The Commission, however, says essential workers will not be sidelined to take part in the electoral process.
We'll proceed to issue a statement in that respect, and the workers may leverage that to obtain their necessary authorities for them to go have an opportunity to cast their votes. But let's remember, Thursday will be a public holiday.
The ECZ also had a word for stakeholders participating in this important task.
Your presence at polling stations and other authorized locations provides an opportunity to independently monitor the conduct of electoral processes and contribute to informed assessment of the election. The Commission encourages all accredited monitors to carry out their responsibilities professionally.
According to the Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, 8,786,300 people registered as voters. Majority of the registered voters are 35 years old, with 4,719,877 representing 53.7% registered voters, with youths between 18 and 34 years accounting for 4,066,423, representing 46.3% registered youths. Joanne Savila, Prime TV News, Lusaka.
A consortium of 11 civil society organizations has raised concern over the electoral process ahead of Thursday's general election, calling for a peaceful, credible and transparent electoral process. The consortium includes Action Aid Zambia, Caritas Zambia, Chapter 1 Foundation, Transparency International Zambia, NGOCC, Panos Zambia and LCK Freedom Foundation, among others. In a joint statement read by LCK Freedom Foundation Executive Director Linda Kasonde, says electoral credibility should not only be judged by what happens at polling stations, but also by whether citizens can freely choose their leaders and have their voices fairly reflected in their final outcome. They have raised concerns over what they describe as an unequal political playing field, including restrictions on opposition mobilization, public meetings, access to public media, and selected enforcement of electoral rules. She has since called upon the police to act impartially against all perpetrators of violence, urge electoral institutions to ensure transparent verification and aggregation of results, proper protection of election materials, and timely publication of verified results.
It is against this standard that we raise our first set of concerns. We have observed over the years, and particularly since 2021, the continued restriction of opposition political mobilization and public meetings through the application of the Public Order Act, a pattern that constrains the ability of opposition political parties to reach voters on an equal footing with the ruling party. We are therefore concerned that even during the current electoral campaign period, the Zambia Police Service have interfered with the ability of opposition candidates to freely engage with the electorate. We are similarly concerned by evidence of unequal treatment of political parties by state institutions and by administrative and regulatory obstacles that have disproportionately affected opposition parties, particularly in their dealings with the Registrar of Societies. We are concerned about the role of the Registrar of Societies in the regulation of political parties. The office is not institutionally independent. While the Societies Act provides a regulatory framework designed for societies generally, rather than one tailored to the distinct constitutional and democratic role of political parties, recent controversies, including difficulties surrounding the registration of new political parties and the registrar's involvement in the internal Patriotic Front leadership disputes, have demonstrated how administrative processes and discretion can become entangled with, with internal party governance. These instances have undermined public confidence in the neutrality of the regulatory framework and reinforced the need for an independent, transparent, and fit-for-purpose system for the registration and regulation of political parties. Further, unequal access to public media remains a persistent and troubling feature of this electoral cycle, compounded by what appears to be selective enforcement of electoral and campaign regulations, and by instances in which the Electoral Commission of Zambia has selectively suspended or cancelled campaign activities, penalizing innocent parties and candidates rather than targeting the perpetrators.
Meanwhile, the Civil Society Election Integrity Forum has urged all candidates in this Thursday's elections to accept and respect the outcome in order to safeguard peace and stability in the country. The forum has also expressed concern over statements by some politicians portraying that elections as a matter of life and death, stating that elections should instead provide an opportunity for citizens to exercise their democratic rights. Forum chairperson Solomon Goma has called on political parties and candidates to engage polling agents to closely monitor and witness the voting and counting processes. Mr. Ngoma has commended the Electoral Commission of Zambia for the professionalism and transparency demonstrated so far.
We commend ECZ for the professionalism and transparency exhibited so far, and we encourage the Commission to remain strong and bold in making independent decisions in line with the law. The Civil Society Elections Integrity Forum strongly appeals to all political parties and independent candidates participating in the 2026 general elections to deploy strong and alert polling agents and election monitors. Their role is critical in ensuring that the counting is accurate, free from any suspicious issues. They may play an important role in protecting the will of the people. We, the civil society organizations and other stakeholders, will also be present to monitor the voting and the counting.
We also wish to remind all aspiring candidates contesting at all levels, presidential, parliamentary, council chairperson, councillors, to accept the outcome of the elections in the spirit of democracy. Zambians themselves are the right people to determine the fate of each politician in this election. We should not expect any self-imposed victory which will end up causing confusion, because there are some people that are already taking it that they are not ready to accept defeat. Now, when you look at that alone, I think it's a threat to democracy. And we urge our politicians, our citizens to ensure that this outcome of the results is respected. Elections are not a matter of life and death. They are a constitutional process through which the people of Zambia themselves choose their leaders.
Zambians are accustomed to results being announced and collated in batches, as when Electoral Commission of Zambia verifies and receives results from polling stations. This approach provides greater transparency and allows any discrepancies or disputed results to be identified, verified, and resolved through the established electoral processes.
Incarcerated Patriotic Front Faction Secretary General Raphael Nakachinda has been found with a case to answer in a matter he is accused of failing to comply with the lawful summon. In this matter, Nakachinda had alleged that the ruling United Party for National Development, UPND, had dispatched vehicles carrying pre-marked ballot papers during the local government by-elections in Mwense district. He is also accused of refusing to attend a hearing after being summoned by the Electoral Commission of Zambia in connection with the matter. The matter has since been adjourned to a later date for commencement of trial. President Hakainde Hichilema has held talks with election observers at State House ahead of the polls this Thursday. Speaking when former Botswana President Mokgweetsi Masisi, who is leading the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region Election Observation Mission for the upcoming general election, paid a courtesy call on him. President Hichilema said the government believes in democracy and has assured that all political players are allowed to campaign freely across the country. President Hichilema said Zambia has continued to enjoy peace and stability since 2021, stressing the importance of maintaining the country's democratic tradition.
Conduct elections and we cherish democracy. Presidential candidates, they are 14 hours. 14 hours. And 2021, there are 16 hours. It's better by 2. So it shows you that this is a democratic country. And they are campaigning all over the country. We are campaigning. As I said, the election is not an event, it's a process. The environment is much different. When I came to as president, you were already president, you were my senior. He's my senior. And so we respect the power order in this region. So you have an idea of what our election in 2021 was. That time, 3 days before the election, there were fights all over the town. Gunshots, tear gas, you will hardly see any of that stuff. So we really calmed the country down. By and large, restore the rule of law.
There was prior to this mission a pre-election study undertaken to assess your readiness, etc. And it's going to involve engagement with a number of stakeholders. So it's always polite to begin by paying courtesies to the sitting head of state. And before our departure, we'd also like to pay a courtesy call to give confirmatory early responses of what we have seen. So we're very grateful for the courtesies to be accorded in coming.
Students from public and private colleges and universities in Lusaka have endorsed President Hakainde Hichilema ahead of Thursday's elections. The students who marched to State House yesterday, led by the Zambia National Students Union and the National Council of Student Unions leadership, have based their support for the president on the UPND administration's commitment to students' affairs. And addressing the students, President Hichilema said the UPND government has placed education as a key socio-economic sector, hence making free education law. Mr. Hichilema has since pledged to expand support and bursary programs to private universities and colleges if re-elected. Here's a report.
As elections draw closer, students from public and private universities, together with colleges, have demonstrated their support for the UPND government through a march to State House in support for the UPND government's commitment to addressing students' welfare. The students, led by the Zambia National Students Union ZANASU and the National Council of Students Union NACOSU, have expressed support for the government's policies and initiatives aimed at improving access to education and opportunities for the young people.
We, the young people, are praying for body. Come 13th of August, we have resolved to give body 5.8 million votes. Body!
Today, oh God, we pray for our president. As he has a vision for this country, we offer him to you, oh God. May he find favor in all Zambians, oh God.
Mr. President, as the president of Levy Mwanawasa, I would like to say thank you for everything that you've done for us. Not just Levy Mwanawasa, but UNZA, but Palavana University, and all the other universities that are here. Mr. President, in this particular point in time, I believe that the future of Zambia is secured, because I understand that the plans that you have for us as the youth are plans that will ensure that economic stability will be achieved.
President HAKAINDE HICHILEMA says the UPND government has placed education among its key social and economic priorities and has taken steps to make free education a legal entitlement.
We've changed education from a social sector to an investment economic sector. That's what we've done, because it produces the skills to run the economy. You are the skills of the economy, you monks and mamas. That's why we respect education a lot. Education sits as #1 in our priorities. And when I say something, you must say, Last month, I, HAKAINDE HICHILEMA, Bali, signed a document to make free education into law.
The president says his government will also expand bursary and all forms of financial support to students in private universities and colleges.
We will continue investing in education. Meal allowances are here to stay, and we are looking at expanding them. We are looking at expanding bursaries and loans. We are looking at expanding hostel space, also sanitation, so that you can remain healthy, so you can learn better. More importantly, we are looking at growing the economy much faster, so that after your school, we can absorb as many of you in formal employment.
He says government is creating employment opportunities to ensure graduates can find jobs, while also providing empowerment opportunities and skills development for young people venturing into entrepreneurship. Also at Kafuanka, Prime TV News, Lusaka.
The report by Offward Kafuanka brings us to the end of the early morning news. Before I go, a look at the top stories. The Electoral Commission of Zambia has clarified that presidential election results will be announced on a regular basis when received from constituencies. A consortium of 11 civil society organizations has expressed concern over the electoral process ahead of Thursday's elections. Thank you so much for watching. On behalf of everybody involved in this production, do join us for the mid-morning news coming up at 11:30 hours. But for more news updates, do follow us on our different social platforms. Bye for now.
Say hello to the new Blue Band with vanilla. Double the yum with classic Blue Band flavor and rich creamy vanilla taste. New Blue Band with vanilla, the taste you love plus vanilla. Now available in stores countrywide.
In every celebration, there's a simple choice being made. To belong, count me in. In moments of love and promises for tomorrow, count me in. At the checkout line, in the middle of an ordinary day, a reminder that every number matters. Count me in. Across our communities, our streets, the same message finds us. Count me in. From the everyday worker to the hands shaping our future every day, the call is the same. Count me in. And around the traditions that bring us together, the message becomes impossible to ignore. Count me in.
This election season, your vote counts. Get your NRSC and voters card ready.
Count me in.
This is Mwamba, the Deco Queen. She turns spaces from yeah Mayo. To wow. She could fly to China for new products, but why pick jet lag when you've got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card? No flights, no visas, just browse, pay, done. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your Global Pay Card details, CVV, and expiry date. Simple. Be like Mamba. Get your Global Pay Card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, boot.
Voting is one of the few moments where we all have a voice.
One person, one vote.
No titles, no status.
Just a choice.
It's not about doing nothing.
It's about showing up.
Because your vote matters.
It's easy.
It's important.
It's ours. Count me in.
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 Meet Mundia. He ditched the 9-to-5 to build his brand. And yeah, he's crushing it. With the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, he's not just buying ad space, he's building hype. He pays for ads the same way he sells most of his shoes. Online, fast, and always on. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your Global Pay Card details, CVV, and expiry date. That's it. The Airtel Money Global Pay Card, that's what keeps it moving. Be like Mundia. Get your Global Pay Card in the Airtel Money section.
Welcome to New World of Entertainment in Zambia. Cartoons, music, news, movies, drama, series, documentaries, food, travel, the best from Hollywood and Bollywood, international football, including CAF competitions, La Liga, Serie A, German Bundesliga, Saudi League, Carabao Cup, Asian Championship, Barclays Women's League, local leagues, and much more. Grab your Azam TV decoder at 350 Zambian Kwacha and full kit at 589 Zambian Kwacha. Affordable monthly packages, 100 Zambian Kwacha, 200 Zambian Kwacha, and 300 Zambian Kwacha. For more details, contact us on 971-246-222, 763-664-455. WhatsApp 77-500-0013. Azam TV, entertainment for everybody.
Good morning once again, and Naomi, thank you so much for keeping the people updated with current affairs. And earlier at the beginning of the show, we did allude to the fact that Binwe Mpundu, clip, which was trending, brought a lot of airwaves, and assertions were that the particular video was AI generated. And of course, there was even a press briefing by, his president that indeed the content was AI. Today we have a different information coming from the same gentleman and from the same party that indeed the content was otherwise. And I'm going to allow the deep diver, the media analyst to look at this and to just tell us, was there due diligence on the side of the party? Are they missing something in terms of communication? Why are these gaps in their communication? Are they ready to govern after all? And what else will happen to Binwell if this is the case? Is he a kind and his president? Are they really ready to form government with this kind of lacunas and gaps, so to speak? But before we do that, let's watch the content so that we can see for ourselves. Then the deep diver and the analyst can go into it and give us a bite.
So when this video was made yesterday, my media team posted, but I think that after the backlash, my media team decided to, do more or less a cover to say this was AI. Now I want to be very clear. The video yesterday was not AI, and I'm very disappointed with my media team. But I sympathize with them because they were not able to reach me when they should have consulted me. Consequently, they've been able to mislead my president, who actually also suggested, because of the feedback he got from the media team, that it was AI. The truth is, this is a statement I made. Now, believe me, to err is human, and sometimes you put a statement in a place that should, or words in a place that they should not be. But this statement is as simple as it should have ever been from where I come from. I made a statement in which I said I am ready to die for my country. I'm ready to die for these elections. I have said several times of me being ready to be killed. The statement I am ready to kill is more of a self-defense, statement. Oftentimes we hear or we know that
all right, there you have it, from the angel's mouth. It's not AI.
And also, what is interesting, Kizito, is one moment you rush to speak into how it's AI after being caught like a rat on the highway,
yes.
And the next we're hearing, no, it wasn't AI. My media team, misled the president.
And the president, without due diligence, because one of the things you do about governance is that there must be due processes that are carried and done. But before we come to Paul, let's redig this gentleman. Binwell, very intelligent, a lot of energy. But in the past, we've seen a lot of comments come from him, and several times, the speaker has had to tell him, hey, one or two things are not correct. Check yourself. Is this a failure on the aspect of his character, or indeed this is a gentleman that we see? If pre-adventure something happens and they form government, this is the type of leaders that we are going to have, and how credible is he now? Even before we come to Paul, because Paul, must not spare this, because this to me is a responsibility of the highest kind, and the word sorry is enough. We would understand, but even now, I can see it's now the media team. A leader who does not take responsibility but wants to take credit is not worth his salt.
And I know half the times we speak into how with leadership also calls for accountability, and a lot of people were speaking into how that should have been that is what he should have said in the beginning. So does it make any difference now that he's been able to say it even a day past what he did? Is that also some level of accountability even after airing? Those are the questions. But also, again, we continue to speak into how a leader is somebody who should also be able to watch their mouth. You can't just speak anyhow, Kizito. Paul knows this,
Okay.
To whom much is given, a lot also is expected from you. But dying to hear what Paul has to say with regards this issue. For the back and forth, really, indeed. One minute it's AI, the next, no, it is not. My media team actually misled my president. What is the first thing that came to your mind when you saw what did happen?
And Paul, before you come in, I can see you looking like a shark. I mean, a shark, Paul's calculated,
Honestly, colleagues, I think the first reaction to me is that this is shameful. Shameful for a leader, shameful for a public servant, shameful for people that want to govern this country. And I'm not mincing my words, Kizito Name, because like Nami stated, to whom much is given, much is required. When you are in public service, when you are aspiring to govern this country on our behalf, there's a level of responsibility that we expect to come from you. All of you, back in the days, when we were playing with kids and you're committing the same things with your younger siblings, they'll tell you, not what you are actually doing. I was watching Vernon Mwanga's interview that he had, a few days ago, someone asked him a very important question. That, look, you are a leader, but your second son, Maenga, is all over social media, clubbing with young girls. There's something very important that Vijay said. He said, look, every time Maenga comes here in my house, the thing I tell him is, you are supposed to be mentoring those girls, not what you're doing. But he's 59 years old. I can only go as far. The man is almost 60. But his point is, I always tell him that what you're doing is the opposite. You should be the one mentoring those young girls, not clubbing with them.
Not only clubbing, I mean, it's early TV, morning TV would not speak into some of the things that he does with the young girls.
Yeah. After club, everyone knows where they go. Why was Vijay saying like that? Because the Mwangas are in the limelight, fought for the freedom. When you have people like Comrade, and I'm using Comrade because this is my comrade. I stated yesterday that this is a man that is a phone call away from me. His behavior is extremely embarrassing. I like the background you've given. That even in the National Assembly, how many times has it been canned? Ulimkulusana, ichimutwe, yateke panchite mulu. You know what that means.
Yes.
That's not a language you expect from a leader. But now, instead of just taking responsibility and apologizing, you begin first of all to embarrass your president, because that's embarrassing. Yesterday we showed the people the press briefing that Brian Undule had, where he confidently defended Bino. You can imagine how he's feeling in his seat right now, like, oh Lord, I was supposed to be quiet, man. Wow. That's embarrassing.
As they're coming back from this situation, how will the president be able to just, come back and face this situation?
He needs to, and you see, when you apologize and still defend why you apologize, I'm sorry, but it's no longer an apology. It's no longer an apology. No, I'm sorry I cheated, but now I'm
sorry I cheated, but now you chase me away.
Apologize unreservedly. Because he still, if you watch that video to the end, he still defends the statement of I'm ready to kill.
Also, there are a lot of justifications.
Is he inciting violence?
Look, leadership is influence. That's what John Maxwell says. That's the best definition of leadership. It's influence. Everything you say or you do, you are actually teaching people how to think by your conduct and by your speech. Someone said about parenting that children hear what we tell them, but they end up doing what we are doing.
See you doing.
What you are seeing, what you are doing is the best sermon of your life. So, by speaking like that, he's simply telling his supporters in the Tonse Alliance that in case you are attacked, forget the existence of the law enforcement agencies. Kill!
But certain times, slightly on a lighter note with examples that we love to give, certain times you would be warned. Maybe the older woman will warn the younger woman, like, Kujamamuna so endako, like, he's a mess, he breaks everybody's heart, and then you go ahead and be with that man, and later on they'll be like, Tinakuza. So with Beno's background also, we know how sometimes he uses his mouth and just his character. Is this shocking coming from him, or it's like there is nothing else that we can expect from him?
Never stop holding leaders accountable. We should never stop holding leaders accountable, regardless of how many times they've misbehaved. In this case, the component of influencing people, especially in a very crucial election week, where we even said, because in the video that he claims it was AI earlier, and now he has justified, the statement he made, that election, not to be kapong, imikoshi. That has a deep meaning. It means in this election, it's do or die. There is no election worth your blood. There is no election worth your life.
And I know again he was justifying. Could we have misinterpreted the real meaning to his words? Because I know he also went on to say, like, as parents, sometimes we speak into how Vanavatu, we can die for our children, or I'll die for you, but in the literal sense, that's like a metaphor.
We are not children, Naomi. we've been to school. We understand what context in communication means. Context is a very important aspect in communication. We are in an election week. He gave examples of how he's not even trusting the Electoral Commission of Zambia. And you see, when you make such a statement in an election week, that you're not trusting a body that is administering elections, you are casting doubt on the integrity of the institution, which for me is one of the greatest mistakes any leader should do. We should trust the electoral body to administer free and fair elections. In as much as you might have concerns, but when you say the people have lost trust, what it means is that what is said to be doing this Thursday and going forward up to Monday,
is not credible.
It's not credible. Is that what you want to plant in the minds of the people during this period as a leader? I don't think so.
But Paul, we've seen it in the recent past. Not long ago, Father Frank Walia did make radical assertions as well. You know, if I'm not mistaken, chickens were killed somewhere to just indicate this is how ferocious this election is. Why is it the case that when we're going to the polls, Zambia feels like the world is coming to an end?
It is a mentality that is with the new generation of politicians. And I think we should establish a school that teaches the new bees in politics how the Simon Mwasaka Pwepwes, how, you see, I learned this week a very interesting component of loyalty and patriotism from Venon Jemwa. I've developed a higher respect for Vijay this week after hearing from him. There was a time he was sent as Zambia's ambassador to the United Nations by KK in his 20s, full ambassador to the United Nations. When he was being recalled to come back and set up the Zambia Intelligence Service by KK, the UN ambassador approached him and told him that, look, Dongo, I want you to be the Deputy UN Secretary General.
Wow.
Dongo, I want you to be my assistant. Very flattering, according to his words. But he made the statement, my loyalty is to Zambia. You have known me because my country sent me here.
That's right.
So my loyalty, I'm flattered, I'm humbled, but unfortunately, I have to turn it down because I need to save this country.
Great lessons.
Let me finish my point now. My point there is that the leaders of yesterday were very patriotic and loyal to the country. They were willing to save the country even at their own distress.
Wow.
We know of the stories of, for example, Harry Mwanga Nkumbula, how he was being enticed to go and live lavish lifestyle, stop this struggle for independence. And yet they did not put comfort first, their personal comfort, but the comfort of the country. The politicians of today, now must realize that this country is bigger than them. And there is nothing worth dying for. To start saying we are ready to kill, it means that's their livelihood. It means without politics, they are nothing.
But we should know that political ambition should never be allowed to destroy the peace and unity for that generation before us sacrificed to build. Zambia has always been stronger when her people choose, unity over division and love over hostility. Are we going to get that Zambia back? Not that we have entirely lost it.
I think not all hope is lost. That is why we need to call on some of these individuals that want to spoil the good name that we have developed as a country. We need to remind them that we have a bigger picture. We have aspirations as a country. And what you're doing, for example, what Comrade Bino Mpundu is doing is very unfortunate. And the best you could have done, just say, look, I'm sorry for that video. I apologize to the nation. I apologize to my president, Brahman, for misleading. To start saying, my media team, sir, you are running away, you are shifting responsibility. That is what Adam did. That's what Adam did.
I was going to say that. I mean, the issue of accountability and shifting responsibility, Paul, is a people problem because the politicians, like we usually say, are coming from us. You know, they come from amongst us. How then can as a people, can we learn to take accountability?
We need to keep on reminding them. We need to keep on, look at what Adam did. This woman that you gave me. You are even challenging God. This woman that you gave me, she's the one that...
You have not been riding with us since time immemorial.
Shifting responsibility is a cancer in leadership. You must be able to own up when you make a mistake. Own up. Look, I'm sorry for what I did. I apologize. Any punishment that you can, put on me, I'm ready to take it. But going forward, I'll act responsibly. Thank you, dear Zambians. That should have ended. But to begin to justify, it's like Kisman, you are caught by your wife for cheating, and you begin to justify. No, so that's why. But I'm sorry. So because you are justifying, the sorry is powerless.
Yes, yes.
The sorry can't be heard because you are justifying, and that's exactly, unfortunately, what Bino Mpundu did in that video. He began very well to err is human. Very well.
That's right.
But later on, he gets to justify. So, sir, you watched down whatever you said.
So, Paul, what should be the next course of action for Munduwile? Should he again have another press briefing to come to the Zambians and tell us, I'm so sorry, I was misinformed, I take responsibility, and as a leader, I should have also, done due diligence before coming to a presser?
In public relations, one of the things we are taught is that it's not everything you respond to. If you're going to be responding to everything, you're not a good PR specialist. In this case, my appeal, and I'm speaking as a PR specialist, my appeal...
Wearing that hat.
Yeah, my appeal is that we are going to elections in the next 48 hours. What the videos of Binwell back and forth is actually distracting President Brian Munduwile. The best he could do is cane him privately, whip him privately, tell him to go off social media until Thursday. Just reprimand him. Say, look, what you've done, you're actually distracting me. I should be focusing on the nation. Now I'm focusing on you as an individual. You're actually denting my image. Cane him privately, but don't go to social media and begin to talk about, because there's a bigger picture to focus on coming up in the next 48 hours. Yesterday, they failed to go to Southern Province. They had to do a virtual rally. Talk about that. That is more paramount than discussing one individual whose past is evident that...
But sorry now, is the police in order to arrest Binwa Mpundu before, we even go to the poll, and would that look like the police are fishing?
Every day, there is, even on poll day, if Paul today decides to shoot Naomi, the police should come and arrest Paul. There's no day we say, they're okay, the voter. So it's the Mugwira, but it's the Mugwira. No, every day, law and order must be enforced.
But when they cry foul, speaking to how you see now we're being arrested, there's no
Stop breaking the law. Stop breaking the law. It's very simple. You can't say no. I've seen situations where someone is working at the office and police come and fish him out because he made a crime and he committed a crime. You can't say no. No. So even on poll day, if people are misbehaving, they are breaking the law. Dear Godfrey Chilabi and your team, dear IG, do thy job.
Even on set, while Paul is analyzing issues, if you have done a crime, somebody would walk in.
One time I visited the church. I visited one church somewhere. Yes. And I saw police officers enter the church, grabbed one of the deacons.
They're like, don't do it here.
I was like, first service is still. They went politely. Follow us. Yes. And this deacon followed. And they entered the car, and that's how they left. We heard that the man was detained. They caught him right in the church. Okay. So whether we are voting in 2 days, we are voting tomorrow, we are voting today.
Yes.
Because I know that, like we stated yesterday, that someone has reported, Mr. Mtali has reported, to the police. And if the police want to effect an arrest, they are free to do so.
Okay. But maybe also just going forward, we've seen a lot of conversations that involve, the ruling party, the UPND, in pockets of violence and activities. We've not seen any arrests. It would be very ironic to see Binwa Mpundu, go in today when we have seen issues that have taken place in the recent past? Would you be surprised?
Unfortunately, the law doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, I know. Now I'm in a bank kuzibiri, but now the law unfortunately doesn't work like that.
But usually the argument is what is good for the goose must be good for the gander.
Unfortunately, that's not how the law works. You cannot go even before a judge in mitigation and say, but yesterday I was in court, I had someone raped, and he was sentenced 7 years. Me, you have given me 14 years. That's not a ground for mitigation.
But also, what does that speak into how whether the ones that have been given that mandate to arrest, whether or not they're professional? Because if somebody has committed a crime, they should be able to be arrested.
The legal system is complex. Investigations have to be done because you don't know at what stage those investigations are. Unless you want to begin to speculate, you don't know. Look, for example, the case of Garingom. When violence was seen there, Gary went to report to the police. He gave his own, statement. The others also, who we thought were perpetrators,
counter-reacted.
Counter-reacted and reported that they actually were victims. The police caught Gary, and investigations are ongoing. It would be premature of us to begin to make conclusion that case has died. I don't think it would be the right position to make. So maybe what we can urge the Zambia police is perception, especially in politics, is very important. That don't be perceived to just effect arrest from one side. That's an appeal because that perception can be corrected. So don't be perceived to seem to act only on one side. The way some family members behave during marital challenges.
I saw that coming.
They only defend their own. That is why I've always stated that the last...
they only attack their own.
Yeah.
No. If you're married to Naomi, there's an issue, and you invite me as your brother to sort out, I can assure you, I'll side with you.
Wait, which families do you marry from?
Okay, Paul, I know we have a lot coming.
Absolutely.
But there's something important that we should also discuss. In a day or so, the deep dive again interviewed our father, legendary father, Dr. Nevas Mumba, who did say that it's a mockery to call Zambia a Christian nation. We have a clip, and I'm hoping studio can give us that clip so that we can allow Paul and of course Naomi. You have followed Dr. Mumba for some time, haven't you?
I have.
Is your favorite?
Why are you putting me on the spot?
No, I'm asking, is your favorite?
Is somebody that
are you denying him like Peter now?
Well, I could be another Peter here. Peter can be the only one denying Jesus now.
All right, we have this clip in the studio. We just want the studio to give us that clip so that we can accurately speak to it.
Influencing direction for politics. I mean, in other places like South Korea during the days of Yonggi Cho, whatever Yonggi Cho nation, especially that it's a Christian nation. Right now, it's a mockery to call Zambia a Christian nation.
Really?
Yeah, it's a mockery. What does it mean?
It's a mockery to call Zambia a Christian nation.
Yes, because what are they doing? How are they guiding this country? The country, is it listening to them? No. The politicians, are they listening to the church? Not necessarily. We cooperate with the church. We go to the churches as politicians and stuff, but there need to be a place where the church says no, and the politicians stop.
Yeah,
we are not there yet because there's certain factors for which I don't have time to delve into on this one. So to answer your question, I'm looking forward to a day when the church can cough and politicians say, "What did you say?" And we're not there yet.
We're not there. Is it because maybe there's a lot of compromise?
That's why I said I can't go there now because it's a lot of work. There are too many moving parts. The church needs to be united first. The church needs to agree on a general direction for the country and make sure that each one of us, regardless of denomination, we are committed to that direction. not based on our individual church doctrine, but based on the fact that if we do this together and keep these values as the guiding values for our politics, whether you're Catholic, Pentecostal, Presbyterian, whatever you are, you should not depart from those 5 issues. And if a politician messes with it, we get him out, because it's a Christian nation. Why are we a Christian nation if we can't command the future of this country? So for me, I think I am still very hungry to see that the church plays a more effective role than this thing of being commentators on political activities. I think that we have been relegated
to just being commentators.
There you have it, from the father's mouth. I want to respectfully say the father's mouth. And, all the conversations really are based on the fact that we have a clip and we are not personal in any way. Others have argued from our social media conversations, others are saying a man of God, G-O-D, others are saying a man of God, G-O-L-D. I wish I was wearing one of those God necklaces.
And others also speaking into a man of God, G-O, with like a small D, or is it a tiny G? So many conversations.
Yes.
Others are also calling him, former man of God. So many names that this man has been called upon, Kizito. So much has been spoken about him. Others are speaking into how he should have really done well just, in the gospel sector, that mixing politics was wrong.
Yeah. And I must say that, he's a cloud puller, because right now we're talking about him. Paul talked about influence, to lead a nation.
Leadership.
Exactly. You need influence. And he has the numbers. You post something and people will consume it. And perhaps that is the reason why he keeps on coming in people's faces. But Paul, back to you. The journey to have Zambia as a Christian nation did not start yesterday. I am aware, I've read a document where Kaunda in 1964 said, I would want Zambia to be led by men who are led by God. Kaunda himself was God conscious because he came from parents who were missionaries, and he grew up like that. And I'm also aware of the Bible societies that when we got independence, we had scriptures flying on TVs every day for almost 3-4 years, and Bibles were being given. But prior, also David Livingstone is on record, actually in the museum, to say, on the country where I put my bended knees, may this country become a Christian country. These are historical records. And when Chiluba came, he came ahead and said that we are declaring Zambia as a Christian nation. This is a path that Zambia has walked. And then Lungu later on also brings the day of national prayer and fasting and reconciliation. Successive leaders have walked this path. And Nevers himself began to say Zambia shall be saved. And this is a conversation that is hard. Now, today, to hear him, from his mouth, go against his own statement, impeach his statement, and say it's a mockery. How mockery is mockery?
I think I'm glad that you've taken us back, because it's very important for us to understand the present. We need to, travel a bit of, a few steps backwards in the past and check how was the church, relevant even in the past years. I think we need to have some serious introspection on the influence of the church in this dispensation. I can tell you without mincing words that I agree with Dr. Nevers Mumba to a larger extent, maybe even 100%, that the church has lost its relevance. The voice of the church is not heard. Because if you are going to be called a Christian nation, what it means, and I like the example he gave. He gave a very good example last night. He says, in South Korea, in the days of David Yonggi-cho, when Yonggi-cho tells people at a crusade, I don't want this leader to win this election because of this injustice, you are sure that that voice alone will change the leadership of the country. That's how influential the church ought to be, where politicians are afraid of the church, not the the clergy being afraid of the politicians. Unfortunately, over the years, we can't hear the voice of the church.
He's also a man that has been at the helm of this Christian conversation. Paul, what are some of the prerequisites for Christianity? And if he's been at the helm, why are we here now?
No, but look, he's an individual. You can't place the leadership or the expectation of the role of the church on one individual. There's something he said yesterday. He said, look, what if I've played my part? You can't forget Zambia shall be saved. Meaning I did a good job. What if I've done my part? What of the others? Where are they? Look, if for example we go back even the aspects of ECL barrier impasse, which clergy spoke? Which church mother body spoke?
Maybe let's marry church. What consists church? Because it seems to me that maybe when we are talking about church, in the words of Nevas Mumba, we are talking about the Pentecostal church and its charismatic influence. What about the Catholics that have played a critical role to the extent of even removing Kaunda from power? I mean, I remember we are reading, is it Shengelo or Letona, and those conversations. Do you include the Catholic Church, or this is to mean?
No, it's actually the body of Christ in the nation.
Okay.
Look, even back in the days, I'll give an example in 2014. When Michael Sata died, there was confusion within the PF government on who takes over. Remember that conflict between Guy Scott, Edgar Lungu?
Yes, suspending.
Yes, this one suspends the other one refuses the appointment. Do you know that it was Father Chilinda that sat down the two factions within government? That is an example of the power of the church.
Okay.
That's an example. We have had confusions even the PF post 2021. Which of the church mother bodies has sat up? Do you know that even what we call the pastoral letters by the ZCCB, those pastoral letters across the globe are so powerful that when a pastoral letter is released, government shakes. Government. Recently, President William Ruto in Kenya received a pastoral letter from the Catholics. He went on a public podium and began to state one by one what in the letter was, and began to rubbish. He was shaken by what the Catholics have said over the wrongs in his government. That's how powerful the church should be. But in the last 2-3 years, tell me any pastoral letter that we have received that has shaken government. Tell me.
But Paul, before the ambassador, US left, he said this government is not a listening government. He said several times he's tried to engage them to no avail. Do you think this probably could be the case, that the church has been trying to engage and there is no open door policy? Bishop Mpundulet repeatedly said he tried to seek audience and he was denied.
No, I don't think that's the right way, because make the effort first. We have not seen them speak. In the morning, every other day, since Israel died in June last year, on daybreak we kept asking a question. Why can't the church sit down the two parties? Why? Why can't the church sit down the two parties? The political violence happening in the country now, the last two weeks. Which church, have you ever seen a letter from a church mother body?
Not at all.
So where are they? So when Dr. Mumba says we have become powerless, we are not influential, it is in that context that when injustice is happening in the country, back in school I had a teacher, Mr. Masovela, who would tell me that there's only one institution in this world that any government bows down to. It's the Catholic Church. When it speaks, every government bows down. Maybe I need to remind him that in Zambia, I think even the same Catholic Church, with due respect to them, have been less influential in the last 1 year.
But you hear that there have been silence, like Kizito has said. Conversations have been that, they have tried to speak to the government. But,
but we are in the media. Tell me, Naomi, of any attempt by the Catholic Church to put the Lungu family and the government over the barrel of VCM.
Remember how we've spoken into how it's a two-way thing, it's a two-way street. So maybe the two really needed to work together.
No, but
in harmony.
Tell me an attempt.
But I think Archbishop Banda was at the helm, except that I think he took a family side, so it was difficult to look at his neutrality. But if that is the case, Paul, if conversations are what has died, then it takes two to tango. I do understand that the church must be a voice that must be heard. So what should the church do now? Or are we saying the church has received some mula that they are quiet?
And that's a conversation possibly that we need to have on another day.
Absolutely.
Because just look, there are certain things that has compromised the church.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that compromises the church greatly is money. Brown envelopes. It compromises. If Naomi or Kizito, you owe me 10,000 kwacha, the way you speak to me with a lot of respect, because you know that I'll just say, okay, he knows you will speak with me with a lot of respect because of what you're owing me.
Yes.
So when the church are receiving from politicians, can the church rebuke the politicians? You lose your voice.
Aside from the church, each one of us, when somebody feeds us, they definitely...
You lose your voice. And in wrapping up my thoughts on this, you see, that is why I've always said, even to leaders, even in organizations, that don't beg from people you lead. They will no longer see you as a leader. They will see you as a needy. Don't beg from people you lead. You lose the power to lead them if you are begging from them.
Exactly. Don't be beggars this morning. More conversations continue even as we're asking the big one in Zambia, ready for a change of government, definitely exploring whether the opposition is ready to take the reins of power. We'll be able to read your messages even as the rest of the show progresses, and a little later on also be able to pick up your phone because it is not the people's show if we do not hear from you. After this short break, we also head to check out what's coming out from the newspapers.
Well, it is a lovely good morning to you and welcome to the local traffic watch here on Prime TV and of course PTV2 for today. We are so glad to be here on your screens as we come through to give you all the updates in as far as the traffic is concerned. My name is Oswald Kafwanka and I'm your traffic man to bring you all the updates from this particular spot where we are today, which is the Kafue roundabout, joining the Independence Avenue. We do have the Kafue Road, also do have the Kai Road and the Ben Bella Road, and we're looking at the flow and build up of traffic on this particular spot. And really this time of the day it has already begun building up in as far as the traffic that is coming through from the different directions. Mostly the traffic that we are seeing right now is the traffic that is coming through from the Kafue Road. We also do have the traffic that is coming through from the Independence Avenue. These other roads greatly affected by that particular traffic. As you can see right now on your screens is the traffic that is coming from the Ben Bella Road, and traffic police officers have stopped this particular traffic, obviously to ensure that those who are on the Kafue Road and the Independence Avenue do get to cut across and join through this particular road with a bit of some ease. Of course, like we always do it, I will be giving to you what is happening on other roads as well as we proceed with the local traffic watch. But roundabout point of view is that there is really a heavy build-up of traffic just as you are getting on top of that flyover bridge and descending into this Kafue roundabout. You do expect that there is going to be that heavy build-up of traffic. Of course, those who are on the Kafue Road also getting to be affected and also contributing where the traffic is concerned. Along the Kafue Road, be on the lookout also as you get to approach the Lumumba and the Kafue Road corner. There is heavy build-up of traffic on that particular spot. And also for those who are coming through from the Tokyo way, or commonly known as the Ring Road, you do expect that there is that slowdown in traffic just as you get to approach where the joining point into the Kafue Road is concerned. Well, just to give you a heads up of what's happening on other roads this morning, if you are driving through along the Independence Avenue all the way down from the Woodlands area, you do expect some of that traffic coming through as you're approaching the Nationalist Road. And that particular corner, really heavy traffic that happens both ways. Of course, this week we do have a cushioning factor, the fact that schools are closed. Traffic does not get to build up as per usual. It is a bit more smoother than it is usually, but well, still people have to work, and that in itself just gets to lead to that traffic that we do get to see on a number of those spots. Church Road, Independence Avenue corner. That particular spot is also a spot that you have to be on the lookout for if you're coming through anywhere near that particular direction. Just be on the lookout and ensure that obviously you take precaution, and you have to exercise a lot of that patience this time of the day. Whichever street you want to use will have some form of traffic because everyone is trying to get to somewhere. It is rush hour. Quickly going through to the Great East Road for those who are driving through into the west direction, if you are along that particular road, or indeed if you may want to term it as the town direction. Be on the lookout as you approach the hybrid roundabout in that area. Just as you pass the NRDC College, that particular spot, you have to be on the lookout with what's happening there. You have also to be on the lookout for what's happening as you're approaching the Munali roundabout. A bit of some traffic around that particular area, more so coming through from the Munali Road, which cuts across, comes through from Kaunda Square, and a bit of Chadley around those particular areas. You have to be on the lookout with what's happening on that spot as well. So quite a heavy build-up of traffic along the Munali Road as you approach the Munali roundabout, and also for those who are driving through on the Great East Road all the way up until the Mandel traffic lights and also the Makishi traffic lights. Those are some of the points that you have to be on the lookout for, and just ensure that you do get to follow those particular directions that will be given by traffic police officers who are dotted around the city this time of the day, and just trying to address some of that build-up of traffic that we do get to see. Well, today we are live coming through from the Kafue roundabout, and we are looking at the build-up and flow of traffic on this particular road, and the roads that bring in traffic into this particular roundabout. And for those who are coming through from the Lumumba Road, if you are along the Lumumba Road and you're joining the Ben Bella Road, you have to be on the lookout with the traffic that is happening on this spot, mostly because we do have the Kulima Tower bus station, which is not so far from where we are. So this road will have a lot of those buses bringing in that traffic that comes through, and just getting to obviously affect the flow of things on this particular roundabout. For those on the Kafue Road, like I did mention, heavy build-up as you're approaching the Kafue and the Lumumba corner. In most instances, traffic police officers cut off that traffic on that particular junction to ensure that those on the Lumumba Road are able to join through the Kafue Road, and that may create a scene that looks as if there's not so much traffic coming through from that direction, but really we do get to see a lot of it, in fact, coming through from that direction and the Independence Avenue. So you do expect that as the morning progresses, this particular traffic obviously is going to ease up as a number of people get to their offices, get to their business spaces, and the day continues to unfold. Well, for those who are on the Great North Road this morning, let's look at what's happening that particular direction. If you are driving through from the from the north direction on the Great North Road, you do expect some of that traffic if you're coming through all the way from 6 miles, 10 miles area. Also, be on the lookout as you are approaching the 6 miles SOS roundabout, and also the Mandevo roundabout. Those are some of the spaces that do get to have a bit of some traffic happening on that spot. Katima Mlolo turn-off point as well. That particular spot does get to have a lot of that traffic, and a number of motorists actually do get to turn off into the Katima Mlolo Road, because it is a road that goes all the way connecting into the Great East Road. So you do expect a number of motorists joining that particular road, and also a number of motorists actually going into the Great North Road from that particular road. The other side of the Katima Mlolo Road, as you are getting into the Great East Road, you do get to see that a bit of a build-up in traffic because of the Zambezi Road, which does have a lot of that traffic that comes through from Foxdale area, Ngombe, and Roma as well. You also do have a back road that comes through all the way from the Ngwere Road, which pours into the Zambezi Road. So you do expect that there are a number of motorists that are coming through from 6 miles and other areas just on that particular Zambezi Road. So you expect a bit of some slowdowns in traffic. We have a number of schools along that particular road, and the fact that schools are closed really also does plays in a bit of a cushioning factor, because now it means that at least the traffic is not as per usual. So you may experience the traffic that is a bit lessened up, but like I mentioned earlier on, this time of the day you do expect to see that particular traffic on most of those roads. Well, if you've just joined us, this is a local traffic coach, and we are just looking at the build-up of traffic along the Kafue roundabout this particular morning. Quite an intense build-up of traffic, I must mention, especially from the Independence Avenue for those who are driving through from the direction of the Ridgeway direction or into that town direction. In this particular direction, you do expect that there is a bit of some traffic. I must mention one of the things that we have been advocating for on this particular show is the issues to do with the road infrastructure in the country and the state of the major roundabouts around the city. And we have seen works going on most of the key roundabouts, and this is one of them where some rehabilitation works have been carried out, and the face of the roundabout has been improved, at least for those who do get to get into the CBD, or if you are in Lusaka for the first time, a tourist, at least you get to see pleasant views in as far as the roundabouts are concerned, which is really a plus for our country. Well, as we are slowly getting to wind down what is happening, or just the updates of the local traffic watch this morning, the Cairo Road is one of the major roads in as far as the traffic that is coming through on this particular roundabout. We do have quite a number of motorists who are coming through from the north end of the roundabout, that is from the Great East Road, Great North Road, bringing traffic into the Cairo Road. Obviously, some of those motorists have to just be around town area, but some of them actually have to obviously exit town through this particular roundabout, which is commonly known as the south end of the Cairo Road. We have a number of motorists who are joining through into this particular roundabout, and we are seeing that particular build-up of traffic also being caused by the fact that traffic police officers are trying to open up the Independence Avenue and the Kafue Road. Those on the Cairo Road are made to wait a bit for them to join into this particular roundabout, and hence the traffic that we are seeing on this particular spot. Well, this is where we'll have to leave it. This is the local traffic coach for this week segment in the special daybreak, and of course our staffers in the studios dissecting issues in as far as current affairs are concerned. We are a few days left before the voting takes place, and of course as Prime TV we're bringing you the best of the current affairs and just keeping you updated with what's happening in as far as that is concerned, in as far as the elections are concerned. My name is Oswald Kafwanka. I'm your traffic man. Again, join us tomorrow for another edition of the local traffic watch. For now, we'll cross back into the studios.
Say hello to the new Blue Band with vanilla. Double the yum with classic Blue Band flavor and rich creamy vanilla taste. New Blue Band with vanilla, the taste you love plus vanilla. Now available in stores countrywide.
This is Mwamba, the Deco Queen. She turns spaces from mayo to wow. She could fly to China for new products, but why pick jet lag when you've got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card? No flights, no visas, just browse, pay, done. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date. Simple. Be like Mwamba. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, boot.
Indeed, wonderful things happening right here in studio, and from wherever in the world you could be joining us. Keep the conversations going on a different social platform. We'll be able to read your messages and a little later on pick up the phone calls. It's a team, a collaboration, powerful collaboration here that we're doing in this crucial period. 2 days to go until Zambia's headed to the polls. Where will your vote go, on the opposition or the party that is there? These are conversations that are going on. Many thanks to Oswald and the entire traffic crew. I know that it's Tuesday, and of course the roads could be a little busy, and so just keeping us in the loop with regards to traffic, how we are supposed to observe those rules. I know that kids are not in school, they're home actually, but still you need to take care even as you are on the roads. Right now we will be heading to check out what's happening from the newspapers. Paul.
Great. We checked through what's happening in the tabloids this morning. We let you know some of the leading stories in today's tabloids. You also see some of them on your screen this particular morning. Let's begin with the Diggers and let you know the leading story in the Diggers. HH wraps up nationwide campaign with 127 rallies. President HAKAINDE HICHILEMA has completed a nationwide campaign tour covering all the 116 districts and addressing 127 rallies ahead of Thursday's August 13 general elections. I think this is where Kisman and Naomi say,
there's one thing that we can't take away from President HAKAINDE. Yeah. It's resilience. It's resilience, and a lot of it. One of my favorite songs is where is it Chile one talks about the president not giving up. Yeah. He did not give up, because this is a lot of energy. Just remember, Paul, when we go to the trade fair, the showground, and we have
just 4 or 5 days we get tired as if now
you guys don't even come to the office for a week. As no, I'm resting on a lighter
now 127 and this even if you're flying, by the way, when you are flying it's worse, because I remember, Paul, my little physics is that when you are in a moving object, if it is moving at 20, you are moving at 20 and all your body parts. So if you are in the air, you are moving at the speed of a helicopter or whatever you are using. So it exerts even undue pressure on you. So some people would argue that a car, because it's not using, that is even worse. So kudos.
Kudos, I think, to the president. I have stated this without shame. And I'll continue saying that he is one of those politicians that people should learn from. Be humble enough to learn from in terms of resilience, because 127 rallies is not a joke. It's not a joke. And I think kudos to the presidential campaign team, that have been with him but also for deciding to go back even to those areas because you're sure that you consolidate.
Yes.
So
but also, why are you going back to places that you have been already?
You've never gone back to your ex?
No.
You've never gone back to your ex?
I don't even have exes anyway.
Oh, please.
But maybe I could have a favorite one.
But an ex-employee,
You may have a favorite one. Someone will be single today.
I didn't say that, but Paul, there's been conversations.
Be single today.
Paul, that was a leading question. I defend my client.
Thank you for coming to my race.
Rephrase the question. The ex could be an ex-cup, an ex-TV.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I think yes, it's okay to still go back. It's a campaign period, Naomi.
Yes.
You realize that he's trying to consolidate the vote. It's up to now the voters, and usually it's the same crowds. Because if, for example, the president comes to Kabangwe for a rally,
yes,
Brandon comes to Kabangwe for a rally, do you think there'll be a new set of people that will go to
of course
another new set? No, it's the same people wanting to hear the message. At the end of the day, they'll make a decision this Thursday.
Right.
Yeah, so I think there's nothing wrong with him, going back there.
What do you have to say with regards to civil society groups, including the Transparency International Zambia, that did raise flags regarding civic space and equitable campaign conditions to the oppositions? According to these groups, they've spoken to how it wasn't like a fair playing field for the opposition.
They're not being realistic because it's known that the president and the vice president, in as much as this campaign period, are still working. They are still in their official capacity running the country because there should never be a vacuum in a country. Even if a sitting head of state dies, like we had in the two cases of Mwanawasa and Michael Sat, there's never a vacuum in leadership. So even in as much as it's a campaign period,
but you're also working,
the country needs to be governed. People need to be fired and hired. So the president still needs to go and commission projects. So you can't subject him to a calendar. So I think it's not being realistic. Those CSOs that are raising these concerns that no, is infringing on the rights of the others. ECO did it. RB did it. So where's the complaint? Whoever wins, whether it's this year or any other, they will still also do it. So I don't think it's a right complaint. It is a misplaced, complaint. And I think has also a very limited perspective on how the presidency works.
But maybe also, Paul, to understand that in democracy you can't have a playing field. We all come from families where you have dad, mom, children, and by virtue of positioning in the family, in society, you are given certain advantages. And these advantages also comes with responsibilities. Yeah, the president is in order to go anywhere because he's still president. He's one of the few members of cabinet that are still occupying office. Yes. Yeah, but also Zambia, I think we have a sickness of lumping, of creating more hills, into big mountains. For instance, we have violence in Mongo. That has not been the case in all the rallies. But the last song that we've sung is the Mongo story. Why have we forgotten about other subsequent stories, to magnify them and tell people this is how peaceful we are in the country. We are going to the polls right now. If someone came from outside, they would not even know that Zambia is going to the polls in 2 days. It's so nice, it's so peaceful, So to some extent, let us just say that, the president and his team has done very well to reduce the violence. Yeah, but maybe what would be also difficult is to ask ECZ to what extent should we allow another political party to go back where they came from, even when they are wearing a good garment, because it's in football and advantage. There must be fair play to some extent. So if the president has to go to Kaputa, for instance, it must not be with all the cadres, with all the state machinery. Somehow to some extent we must say, okay, this is a political rally, this is just a presidential campaign. So that's my take. I don't know what to take. Plus, things that we are seeing where the president goes, increases salaries and all that.
We've been speaking.
Yeah, but look,
to Paul about that.
He's the Republican president, and you expect that as he's working, some of these things will still be done.
Giving jobs instantaneously?
Giving jobs. I have said that if it's the first time he's doing so, then maybe we can find a fault. But remember at Heroes when we had COVID, is it cholera or COVID at Heroes? He gave jobs to those volunteers that were there.
Yes.
Why didn't we condemn it then? Why condemn now when he's giving jobs, when he has done it before? He has gone to Mainasoko before and gives job to the volunteers. Why haven't we condemned that before? Why condemn it now?
They're saying timing and maybe their agenda.
No, that's the issue. Why are you condemning it now when you have been shown? Naomi, there's a statement like saying, trust is what?
Trust is a certainty based on past experiences.
In past experience, he's been doing so. So you can trust him that there's no ill motive.
Yes.
Because he's been doing.
He's
been doing so. So I think kudos to the president. So that's a leading story you find in the Diggers. Another story you find in the Diggers also this morning. We cancelled Southern Province rally to avoid violence, according to NRPUP. Yesterday, they held their virtual rally for Southern Province instead of going there physically. And according to them, because of fear, if I was their pastor, I would have preached to them that God has not given you the spirit of fear.
You have the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions, and nothing shall by you.
On a very serious note, I'm concerned. On a very serious note, why you would avoid to go to Southern Province, Kizito Naomi. On a very serious note, one of the requirements for you to win an election is you must have a national character.
Yes.
Where anywhere you go,
that's right,
people are hungry to see you. That is what happened prior to 2011. If Michael Sata is on radio program, go in Cairo Road, the taxi drivers will be listening to Michael Sata. That is a national character. But beyond that, check how many voters are there. If you check this, not so sure if that is ready, you'll see that on your screen. If you check the number of registered voters, just indicate to me now if that's on the screen. If you check the number of registered voters, and I'll go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The first 4 provinces, first 4,
yes,
that have got, there are only 4 provinces that have over 1 million voters in this election, registered voters. Only 4. Lusaka, with 1,430,000.
Yes.
Copperbelt, 1,296,000 registered voters. Eastern Province, 1,129,000. And Southern Province, 1,103,000. Bwana, that province has got 1 million registered voters, and you avoid going there. I think you are doing an injustice to yourself, because you need maximum votes in this election. So if you truly believe that you are the next president, you can't avoid a province that has got over 1 million. Edgar Lungu lost by 1 million in 2021.
That is a province.
That, yes. So imagine, we can hypothetically say Edgar Lungu lost by Southern Province. And that's a province you fail to go to.
Is the fear justified because of what happened in Mungu?
No, nothing. If you truly believe you have a national character, your prowess, your influence overshadows the violence. If you truly check, go back in 2021. Go back in 2021 and check. One time, HH wanted to go to Eastern Province. Remember at the airport?
Yes.
He was stopped. There's a famous picture with his bag. Couldn't move. But he ensured, because he knew if you check how many votes he got there. He knew. In politics, you don't joke with numbers. In politics, you don't joke with numbers. Because look, one of the things I would have said, to the politicians is that focus on areas with a lot of voters, registered voters.
Southern Province being one of them.
Southern Province being 1 million registered voters. You don't want to mess up with that number. If you don't want to have a rally, have a roadshow. Just pass through. Don't stop. Just pass through. I don't even know why you'd be scared to go to a province and you see, in my view, the main competitor for Mundubile is a church. And Southern is one of the strongholds of a church. So you don't want to hand over freely. Say, since it's a stronghold, there's violence, those 1 million, you can be. You are actually handing over the little votes you could have gotten from them.
And what if it's definitely we're living under a democracy? There could have been some people there who actually believe in the opposition and wanted to hear the message that the other team has.
Exactly.
A big letdown to them.
It's very disappointing for me that they decided, it was the only province remaining. They've gone to all the 9 provinces. Against all odds. Against all odds. And also, that's why I wonder who advises politicians. You see, even if you go, just ensure that you've secured yourself well. Go and have road shows. If there's violence, you will gain sympathy. In politics, sympathy works. What was happening to HH when he was being stopped? He was gaining sympathy. Uluse. In politics, Uluse are very powerful. Because politics is more emotive than logical. I can tell you, Mr. Kizeto, get 10 people here, registered voters, ask them, what's the main message in the manifesto of the UPND?
They may know none.
They don't even know how many pages. They might not even see the manifesto. Politics is more about feelings.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I really hope one day we can mature. But unfortunately, that's where we are. Where Ichimwela.
Yes.
Bustere.
In fact, Paul, you are so right. Guy Scott in his book indicates that we won the election by music. It was one of the things that we did very well. We identified what was rhyming and happening, and we used it. But Paul, earlier on, we saw a clip where Benwell said we are willing to die. We're willing to put our necks on the chopping board.
I also remember he went ahead in that video and spoke into how we're not living safe. I could have gone anywhere, to get refuge. That if I go there, I'll be like a coward. So I decided to just stay, He's spoken to how they're not safe. It's
they're willing to die. So why didn't they go to Southern Province and die if they're willing to die?
Certain times men tell us that when that you'll pack a few up and then he sees the lion, the way you run. But sir, you said you died for me.
But Paul, your statistics can be used after the elections during the time we sit down to look at what has happened, because the numbers you bring, numbers don't lie. If 1 million is taken away, hypothetically speaking, you are left far behind. It is a grave concern. I'm also now asking the strategy of Mundubile and his team to have gone to areas where there are few numbers, where they are already loved, as opposed to going to areas where you need to, take a few numbers, regain. What could have informed them going to Kaputa where they are known, going to Ruapula where they had PF and they have sympathizers already?
Yeah, look, I'm glad you're bringing issue of numbers, because in politics, and tonight also and I will, at 21 hours, break down these numbers, voting patterns in the last 3 elections, just to show people, what to expect on Thursday. If you go back, I don't even know why that's not being ready. No. But let's have that, on the screen there. It's very important.
It was scrolling at some point.
I said,
yes. Okay. No, I never told you, but it was scrolling. So could we have it back?
Let's have that back on the screen.
Yes.
It's there.
It's there.
Yeah, now,
yes, it's
there. Look, check the numbers. We were talking about the mega rallies they had in Northwestern.
Yes.
Check how many registered voters are there. Northwestern. Just go down. Scroll a bit. Northwestern has got only 524,000.
Wow.
Only.
Wow.
Half of Southern Province.
Wow.
So even if those numbers were mega,
yes,
how many registered voters are among the 500,000?
Even though we speak into how numbers don't lie.
But those are the registered voters. Look at Muchinga. They had mega rallies in Muchinga. Look. Only 435,000 people.
And all those will not vote for
him?
Yeah, yes.
So you need to be very strategic. I said it, earlier, and some people criticized that if you focus, for example, because in my view, the provinces that decide who becomes president in this country, argue all you want from today to tomorrow, is Lusaka and Copperbelt. Because check even right now. Check, see the numbers in Copperbelt and Lusaka. Lusaka has got 1,430,000.
Yes.
That addition of 430 is just Muchinga.
Wow.
It's just Muchinga. 1,430,000. These are millions. Look at Copperbelt. 1,296,000. If you combine this, that is 2,800,000 people. Sir, whoever can ever dream of winning an election, if they don't get the majority of votes in these two, they are daydreaming.
But Paul, the question arises: if these statistics mean anything, and they do, does it mean that the opposition, or indeed there's voter apathy in Muchinga, Northwestern? Because looking at the numbers, these numbers are not attractive, really, for a person who looks at Muchinga and you didn't camp in Eastern Province. You have rallies. You go this way, because I would rather you be the opposition camped in Eastern Province and Southern Province.
And Southern Province, Lusaka, Copperbelt. But look at even the number of rallies they had. They didn't even have any mega rally except maybe in Zingalome in Lusaka. The rest were roadshows, and that's 1,290,000 people. And you don't even have mega rallies.
So are you a prophet of doom?
No,
it's usually a prophet of the show.
It's political strategy. Because you must also ensure that you are putting your money where it counts the most. Where it counts the most. Because even as men were taught that when you are suffering and there's a lady that is with you, when you have the money, don't forget that lady.
But what do you do half the time?
Don't forget the woman. So you put the money where it counts the most. The woman that was with you in your deepest moments. Don't go to Naomi because you've seen Kala and Deke. No. These ones are good at eating.
But
staying when you don't have the money, they will not stay.
What an example.
Is this the Naomi you're talking about? Is another Naomi behind the scenes?
There's probably another Naomi behind the scenes.
So I think for me, really, Brian Munduwile has done an injustice to himself. And
is there a way that they could compensate this, like in other provinces? Maybe they'll do better.
It's 2 hours today. It's 2 hours tomorrow.
So it could go back.
But Paul, the virtual world has also, we have social media right now, and besides the physical rallies, which is a traditional way, we are told Trump and others won the elections basically including India, by going. Online. Isn't that also another?
I am a fan of history because it guides, and unfortunately, history has a way of repeating itself. Go back in 2021. The Patriotic Front held more virtual rallies than physical. How did they end up? Losing by 1 million votes. They had those rallies at Mulungushi, at Government Complex, with artists. Because people want Ichimwela. No one will stay for 2 hours watching rally. No. There's a vibe. I like the example you gave about Guy Scott. You know what he says in that book? He says, as PF, we adopted the campaign strategy after the order of the Catholic Church. Catholic Church service. Catholic Church service is 50% music, 25% sermon, 25% of rituals, communion, chanting. And according to Guy Scott, even us,
Yes.
50% of our rallies is music. 25% promises that we are not sure we can even fulfill. That 25% threats we can't even enforce. But the majority is the Chimwela.
Yes, yes,
so
yes.
2 hours of a virtual rally. Where is the Chimwela?
Well, people be able to get the Chimwela.
No wonder the Patriotic Front lost.
Yes, yes.
So Brian Munde should learn from PF. He is part of them.
Maybe he will go back.
Or maybe they are broke.
But the
they were asking
dispute that.
for money. It's very possible.
But they're not
It's
the only
very
ones that
possible.
did ask for money. Even
Yeah.
the president then did ask.
Yes, yes.
But
It's okay
now-
to ask for money.
Yes.
But you see, to run a campaign, a rally in particular, and to travel with that entourage is a lot of money.
Quite expensive.
Could we be saying that maybe money has run out and it's not security concerns?
Yeah. Maybe they're
Those are
hiding,
the
hiding under security concerns.
Those are the
Maybe
questions
they're
that
broke
we
now.
could be asking. But
Maybe they're broke. You hear some men. I don't like eating out. It's Monday.
No, let's try and do something romantic away from
because you
where
see,
people are.
sorry Naomi, because the president is on record to say when they go to Southern Province, please receive them.
Yep.
You know, and
Exactly. And the police also.
Yes, indeed. And I've been to Southern Province several times. The province is warm.
Yeah.
You know, everyone embraces you. So it is also creating a tag. You know, a tag. You know, not to begin to insinuate, but one wonders why not us.
But also, it's one
feel
thing.
left out.
It's one thing to speak and say, don't do this. You have to welcome these other people. But it's also another to see that what you're speaking indeed will be on action.
No, but the Republican President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, has even said, look, receive him. Zambia police says, we ensure that you are safe. So, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Can we
Going
indeed
to
be
meet
guaranteed that
1
we'll be
million
safe?
registered voters? If I was any close to give advice to Brian Munde, I would say today, Buana, start off.
Who I'm sure he's listening to. He watches Prime TV.
Absolutely, he
Start
does.
off today.
He does.
Latest tomorrow. Even if you don't have a rally, have road shows. Wave at the people. Let them see you. That is what HH used. HH in 2021 never had a rally because of the restrictions of COVID. Just road shows. Just road shows. People seeing him with a Pamela saying, look, I'll fix this.
So they could actually do a roadshow, eh?
Yes,
in
I'll
Southern
fix
Province?
this. No more Pamela. No more Sarah Diopimisa. And the Zambians voted in their large numbers. Some of them slept at the polling stations just to vote for HH. So, little piece of advice, free consultancy. I'm supposed to be paid for this. But free consultancy is that utilize today and tomorrow to go there. That's one of the stories you'll find in the diggers, but also another story you'll find, load shedding not returning, assures the Vice President.
Vice President, we shall keep this information reaching me is that some households already are experiencing load shedding, but also just hearing from Mr. Victor Nkulve, who did speak into how, no, it's not load shedding. Sometimes it's like, the faults that do happen with regards other places. I don't know if you can confirm that load shedding is entirely done.
But also, you'll be very simplistic as a Zambian to expect that at no point Amalati Alashmako, because there's what we call load management. It's not load shedding. Sometimes Amalati Alafia, no more, not because of anything.
Load management.
So really it would be very simplistic to think like, because Yashma for 1 hour, load shedding your brother.
But number 2 days.
No, so beyond 2 days, it should be a fault. It should be a fault because right now we've been told that load shedding has ended. So anything beyond that, and I think if we are going to be very honest, there are a lot of initiatives that this government under President HH has put up to ensure that this is sustained. Look at how many power purchase agreements.
So many.
Look at how many solar plants. Look at how many plants he has commissioned. Look at the interventions. Last time I was privileged to attend a press briefing when the president had a date with members of the press at State House. And I asked the president, what are you doing to ensure that load shedding is a thing of the past? And he spent time to answer my question, stating the things he's doing, even directed the Minister of Energy to simplify the interventions for every Zambian, so that you are not shocked when you see power in your house not going. And clearly now, we can sit here and attest that the darkness, like the Egyptians said, the Egyptians you saw yesterday, you will see them no more. So the darkness we used to see, we can sit here confidently now.
Yes.
You know, because right now, even back in the days, even if Kizito comes with a shirt not iron, we can understand him.
Right.
We can't fault his wife because we knew where it's coming
There's
from.
only how far she can go.
But now, sir, looking smart, you need to thank the president, sir.
Yes, sir.
I hope it stays that way.
Yes, Paul, I must also give a testimonial reference. I was in Zongwe recently, and a private developer is doing about 500 megawatts under thermal, in Mamba. So they'll be using the core to generate almost, that is equivalent to one turbine, and it will be sent to ZESCO. Those are interventions that government is doing, and this should have been done a long time ago. This government is quite progressive. However, there are also gaps, and they should mention that sometimes this may not take a day or two. We are going to have teething problems because we are sorting out things, and maybe that is the communication that is lacking. The assurance from the vice president is probably coming a bit late, because now I'm having a panic, to say, should I quickly go to the shop and
get a solar?
Get a solar in
No,
that
but
respect.
you see, the vice president is in order to keep on assuring, even as husbands, we are told to keep on assuring our spouse that we love them.
Okay.
Because they don't say, but on our wedding day, I told you. No, every day keep assuring her. So the vice president is in order, because even us as an institution at Prime TV, we suffered major setbacks.
That's right.
We're not spending anything.
But sometimes when
now, let me finish my thought. We're not spending anything less than 20,000
Absolutely.
on a day on fuel.
That's right.
To power the Prime Millie, power Prime TV. Not anything less than that. It used to give us headache. But I think, thanks to this administration for being proactive in the energy sector, ensuring that at least we are assured of proper light, and we hope that it stays that way, and it's clear it will stay that way.
Hopefully.
Because, no, we're not hoping.
Of the interventions that we've been able to see.
We are able to see, so it's not hope. It's things we are able to see. We are hoping because you're not sure. So we're not hoping. Sure? We are sure because we've seen interventions on the ground. Unless those interventions are not real, but we have seen them, and I think the Zambians should, speaking the language of Vice President, be assured that I think this will stay that way.
Okay. Some more before we close off in the papers?
Some more stories in the papers. Benue defense ready to kill statement. It's not AI. I said it. I think we've tackled this earlier on. In the Mass newspaper, the leading story you'll find, 200,000 youths have jobs. They were empowered with skills, training, and grants, according to Elvis Nkandu. Congratulations, Mr. Elvis. Vote wisely. Kapwepwe urges citizens. Zambians must not forget what the UPND has subjected them in the last 5 years, and vote wisely on Thursday. Political activist Mulenga Kapwepwe has said she's been quite, active of late now. On the political space under the Twanse Alliance of Brian Mundwile. We see her during the campaign rallies, joining Brian Mundwile. So Zambians, you're being urged, Naomi Kizito, to vote wisely by Mlenga Kapwepwe. That please be wise.
Paul, when you talk about wisdom, and someone says be wise, but they do not give you a particular framework and line of thought, then I'm wondering what does it mean to be wise? Are they telling me I vote for a particular person, or I start praying when I reach the box?
All those questions.
Yeah. As we wrap up, this particular segment, Naomi, Kizito, in the Daily Nation, a leading story you'll find, Tonsa security media paralyzed after more than 30 of Mundwile's campaign team members, including Martha Lungu Mwitumwa, journalist Hannah Katontoka, and content creators, musicians are arrested, abducted, with the whereabouts of some unknown. We have seen, people like Chester, I think, also detained. We have seen that comedian IDC, the one that mimics ECL, also being detained. Kapia also being detained. And of course others according to the Tonsa Alliance. So I think we need to get a statement from the Zambia police.
Do you know why they've been arrested?
because there's no official statement whether they have been arrested or not.
To begin with.
Yeah, to begin with. So possibly during the course of the show, we'll attempt to just get accurate information from Israel police and get their position on this, because this is quite a strong issue if it is as is being reported. So
and should we use the word abducted?
Yeah, because also abducted is quite strong, really. So I think that's a very strong language, and the police should really come in and correct the narrative. Yeah, very important. Especially in this week, it's a very crucial week to have words like abduction.
Absolutely.
We remember JJ,
right.
Abduction, how it was. Up to now, we don't know where he is.
But we do see him on live.
Yeah. Students march to State House for HH. We did see students yesterday. We covered that in the news. Nami did show us that at the 6:30 news. Chizuka Madienkuku Indoza Mundubile. That's one of the stories you will find. Lastly, in this particular segment, in the Real Times, voters card for salt. Aspiring councillor, 4 others on the run after allegedly exchanging salt with voters' cards.
Wow.
I think this is very concerning because some voters exchange their voters' card with money.
Others with chitenges.
With chitenges.
Yeah, Paul, I think my thought there is that both the one exchanging and the one receiving, both must be taken to book, because it's a great communication between the two, and one must be privy that my vote is my right to exercise, and it's written under my name, my NRC, and all documents relating to it. So it's very selfish on the part of not only the person spending, but the person receiving the money. Yeah. And I hope that it's not only those 4 people who are on the run. Everyone else that was involved must be arrested, and must be brought to book.
Exactly. And I think some tips. Voter's card is a personal card.
Absolutely.
Don't give it to
anybody. Not for anything.
Yeah, not for anything. Even if this lady tells you that for you to marry me.
Not even your wife.
Not even your wife. Yeah, not so. Even if it's now.
Even though I tell you to choose between a voter's card and me, for the first time I would agree if you don't choose me.
For the first time. Last story. Meal allowances. Private universities next, says HH. President HAKAINDE HICHILEMA says the government has plans to extend meal allowances, student advisories, and other welfare measures to private universities and colleges. This will be a game changer if it is done.
Yeah. I think that, Paul, for me, I wish that the UPND-led government would have talked more about education, because what they have done in the education sector is a game changer. I know one particular country. It's Singapore. They began by looking at the education sector. They told every minister, look, if you're going to be a minister, your wife must go back to school. Your children must go back to school. A wife must be a degree level, for all people who are in government. So they upscaled everyone. And what we'll see the next Zambia, the next 20 years, is everyone is able to reason. Even voting will become, an issue of the past where violence is related, because people will be able to reason. If we took this step, if we had HH 20 years ago, when he started and he had this type of progressive thoughts, today we'll be talking about youths that are analytical, youths that are hard workers, youths that have this type of brilliance. So I see a man who has a vision for the nation, and this is a huge legacy for him.
And that's what I think Naomi bears me witness. It's a sector that is very difficult to fight.
Absolutely, very difficult to fight. Even with most critics, they have really nothing to say with regards to the education sector. That's why you actually even hear from the opposition speaking into how they'll be able to actually advance and continue through education.
Because you are continuing something because it is good.
Yes. How do you continue something that is horrible?
So I think and it's easy to trust the president to do this, because earlier even just the free education, remember institutions like Nakes would doubt can free education be possible. A lot of challenges. But look, I think we've seen.
That's right.
It's being done.
That's
so
right.
Even going to the private universities, I think this is something that is doable. So we keep our fingers crossed, Mr. President, but these are the stories in the tabloids this morning.
Indeed, even as Zambia decides in the next days, is Zambia ready for a change of government? Indeed, exploring whether the opposition is ready to take the reins of power is the conversation today. Jump on this on our different social platforms. We're able to read your messages as well as pick the phone calls as the rest of the program progresses. We take a short break. On the other side, we'll be able to speak to our guest in studio.
Say hello to the new Blue Band with vanilla. Double the yum with classic Blue Band flavor and rich creamy vanilla taste. New Blue Band with vanilla, the taste you love plus vanilla. Now available in stores countrywide.
In every celebration, there's a simple choice being made. To belong, count me in. In moments of love and promises for tomorrow, count me in. At the checkout line, in the middle of an ordinary day, a reminder that every number matters. Count me in. Across our communities, our streets, the same message finds us. Count me in. From the everyday worker to the hands shaping our future every day, the call is the same. Count me in. And around the traditions that bring us together, the message becomes impossible to ignore. Count me in.
This election season, your vote counts. Get your NRSC and voters card ready.
Count me in.
This is Mwamba, the Deco Queen. She turns spaces from mayo to wow. She could fly to China for new products, but why pick jet lag when you've got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card? No flights, no visas, just browse, pay, done. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date. Simple. Be like Mwamba. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, board.
Voting is one of the few moments where we all have a voice.
One person, one vote.
No titles, no status.
Just a choice.
It's not about doing nothing.
It's about showing up.
Because your vote matters.
It's easy.
It's important.
It's ours. Count me in.
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 Meet Suilanji, curious, creative, always learning. New skills, global trends, she's in on it. Design or tech, she's exploring the best international options. And with the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, paying is the easy part. One quick tap and she's learning from the best. No stress, no visa, no problem. Even her parents are getting in on it. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date, and that's it. Be like Suilanji. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Voting is one of the few moments where we all have a voice.
One person, one vote.
No titles, no status.
Just a choice.
It's not about doing nothing.
It's about showing up.
Because your vote matters.
It's easy.
It's important.
It's ours. Count me in.
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 Meet Mundia. He ditched the 9 to 5 to build his brand. And yeah, he's crushing it. With the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, he's not just buying ad space, he's building hype. He pays for ads the same way he sells most of his shoes. Online, fast, and always on. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date. That's it. The Airtel Money Global Pay Card, that's what keeps it moving. Be like Mundia. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section.
Welcome to New World of Entertainment in Zambia. Cartoons, music, news, movies, drama, series, documentaries, food, travel, the best from Hollywood and Bollywood. International football, including CAF competitions, La Liga, Serie A, German Bundesliga, Saudi League, Carabao Cup, Asian Championship, Barclays Women's League, local leagues, and much more. Grab your Azam TV decoder at 350 Zambian Kwacha and full kit at Facha and 300 Zambian Kwacha. For more details, contact us on 971-246-222, 763-664-455. WhatsApp 77-500-0013. Azam TV, entertainment for everybody.
You are watching, of course, the special daybreak that brings TV1 and TV2, a collaborative partnership that is aimed at giving you just the best this week. And 2 days to go to the poll, to the general elections. We are having deep conversations to inquire and ask what has happened. And the UPND government, has the privilege which they didn't have in opposition to govern the people, to be on the supply side. People have been demanding certain things, and the UPND has been, on the other side, delivering, and people asking, should we give them a fresh mandate? These conversations are what we bring to you today. We are keen, to ensure that you talk to, the district chairperson, Lusaka Sevius, and of course, he is in charge of Lusaka, basically to mobilize and to see that all the activities, the party activities, are in order. Sir, welcome to Prime TV, and good to have you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, viewers. Good morning, Uncle Kizito. It's good to be home at Prime TV, and it's really a pleasure for us to talk to the people of Zambia via the platform of Prime TV.
Thank you, Mr. Ndava. You look nice, already clouded. Everyone can see that indeed you are having UPND vibes.
Indeed. We are having a rally, actually. We are having a rally this morning in Chawama. The president will be in Chawama.
Mm-hmm.
So we are urging all citizens across Lusaka to come and listen to what the president has to offer.
Okay, well, congratulations for things that you've done, education in particular. But to start with, 5 years ago, people gave you a mandate to govern them, and you won, in huge numbers, a million plus, also at presidential level. What changed in the life of the infraction most?
Indeed, I think the Zambian person, first and foremost, I think amongst many other things that we've done, is that we've actually put money in the people's pockets. How? Someone would ask me how. Because we've taken away the burden of paying for school fees. Meaning every household has an extra income, which they used to pay for their kids, they use it for other things. Also, we need to look at where we got the country from. What is the background? What was the status of the economy? What was the status of our social setup of the country? Everybody knows that we were in shambles. So we had to start from there. A country is not run from a vacuum where you just pick it up with your policies and go there. No. Whatever might have been left behind by your predecessors, you have to iron out all those things. Hence, we, as Zambia, we came up with, we did the debt restructuring as UPND. And arising from the debt restructuring, today Zambia is saving about $1.9 billion. And that is the money that you are seeing being pushed back to the people through CDF, through a lot of other social services that the government is providing to its people.
Mr. Ndaba, when you boast about debt restructuring, is that an achievement or postponing a problem in the future?
What I want to say is that the debt restructuring has enabled us to continue surviving as a country.
But is it an achievement? Should we boast about it?
It's an achievement in that the interest rates have been negotiated. The period of repayment has been negotiated. And as we speak, the UPND, our predecessors who were the PF, they defaulted. Coming in of the UPND, the debt restructuring was renegotiated. The UPND has started paying back. The repayment period has been extended. And then we as a country, we are remaining with something that will see us survive within this period. So for me, I would say it's an achievement.
And
because as it stands.
Sorry, and our grandchildren will come and pay for what you've postponed?
Well, debts are ongoing in a country.
No,
but we've already started ourselves.
Are you agreeing that our grandchildren will still have to pay the debt we should have paid?
We shall finish paying ourselves. Not even our grandchildren will come and pay. We shall finish paying ourselves. This is the reason why we are asking the Zambians to give us a second mandate. This is why we are asking the Zambians to give us a second mandate, so that our children, our grandchildren, as they come, they must find a better Zambia. The UPND is not getting money for consumption. When we get money from outside, from borrowers and from other entities, supporting partners, we need to use that money to generate more money so that we don't run into debt. Okay. And our focus as UPND is to ensure that, yes, in as much as we cannot survive our own, we will need support from here and there, but we want to minimize the levels of borrowing in our country so that future generations can enjoy this country.
Talking about success stories and challenges that you've encountered as a government, teething problems, 1 to 10 in terms of a scale, 5 being average, how would you rate your performance, in the last 5 years?
I think in the last 5 years, if I was to rate the UPND, we've done 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
We've done 8 out of 10. I don't want to say that we've done 10 out of 10. We admit as UPND that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done for us to get to a level where we can say, now Zambia is ready to take off.
You highlighted education, and it's a success story. We all agree, and kudos to you. The whole country is in great joy about this achievement. What else have you done? What else could you say is a success story that will remain in the hearts and the history of Zambia?
Okay. One of the other things is energy. When you look at energy, Zambia, for the past years that we have been independent, since independence, we have been relying on hydro generation of power. When there's a drought, we are in trouble. And a drought is not the making of an individual. It's a natural calamity. Mm-hmm. No individual has got control over that. Mm-hmm. But what has the UPND done? This is why we have set a target, and a very ambitious target, to generate 10,000 megawatts. 10,000 megawatts of power. That is our target. And so far you've seen we've stabilized in terms of energy. Why? Because the UPND has done a matrix of energy sources. We've pumped in money at Mamba Collieries, which is a co-run entity, to increase. Already they were generating 300 megawatts. And we've pumped in money so that they can generate another 300 megawatts. Altogether, Mamba Colliery alone will be giving us 600 megawatts. If you look at the solar plants that we've planted across the country, eventually we are going to get 10,000 megawatts of power, meaning that Zambia will stop relying on hydro. Zambia will never experience load shedding. Zambia will even make money out of the energy matrix that the UPND has done.
Mr. Ndaba, I thought that the energy sector has been your worst area of performance, because I recall that I would have power for 1 hour, at my house. Wait a minute. And it was so unbearable. Even here at Prime TV, we had to spend in excess of 20,000 every day to survive, to run TV. And talking about many other family members out there, the saloons, factories, production was at its lowest. And you seem to be speaking about the future. Should Zambia really rate you on the energy?
On the energy sector, like I said, Zambia has always relied on the hydro. And Vakizito, I would be surprised if you blamed our energy crisis that
No,
we
no,
faced.
I'm not blaming, but I'm saying,
Yes.
look, wait a minute, Mr. Ndaba. When you accept, a responsibility, you also accept the problems associated with it because
Yes.
you asked for it.
Yes.
You wanted to rule this country.
Yes.
You said, look, when we come, we offer better solutions. And in your reign, in your time, we experienced the worst load shedding. Don't you take responsibility because you asked, you knew that these are the issues that you are going to be faced with, isn't it?
First of all, let's agree that generation of power is not a project that can be done within days.
Okay.
Either 2 years. It's not. That's number one. Also, number two, let us also accept that the load shedding that we experienced was not the making of any individual. And also, it's not like the UPND were exceptional and we had other sources of power. We live in one Zambia. Whatever happens to Zambia, every Zambian faces the pinch.
But
going
Mr.
forward,
Ndaba, wait a minute.
we had to come up with long-lasting solutions
Wait a minute.
so that we don't experience this problem again.
I understand that you are thinking in the future, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm saying when you came, there are short-term goals and there are long-term goals. But in the short term, UPND seemed to be reacting, because the country almost came to a collapse in terms of production, coming from a COVID period, where the regions, the world was under lockdown.
Yes, so on the short term, Wakizito, what the government did, more especially those our colleagues in the barbershop, saloon, the restaurants, like in markets, what did we do? We planted solar gensets, which are still there, standing today at every market. Go to Useko, you find a market. You find a genset. Go to Matero market, you find a genset. Go to Nyumbayanga market, you find a genset, which started supplying power. What else did we do? We zero-rated solar products so that they are more accessible to the citizens, so that we can use other sources of power. So this matrix that we came with, it cushioned. If you look around all the houses, you find there are a lot of houses that have got solar panels on top of their houses, which made us, actually, it was a calamity, yes, but it gave us an insight to look at the other side, which is the solar side. And definitely we used solar. But going forward, yes, that problem was there. No one can run away from it. And as a government that was in office, we took responsibility, and those are the things that we did. We put up the gensets at markets so that our people can continue operating. We zero-rated solar products so that anyone can be able to access a solar product so that they can have power.
I like the word that you've used, Mr. Ndaba. We took responsibility. And I was waiting for that word because leadership requires us to take responsibility. I know that you've scored in the education sector and CDF. These are untold stories. But perhaps people in Osaka will say, okay, CDF, not for us. I've been in rural areas, and I must tell you, the transformation is unprecedented. And I can stand up and give an innovation for what I've seen in the rural areas. But besides these two, what else would you say? Look, as UPND, we have done this, and we are proud, and it is not a question of mathematics. It is translating into reality and tangibility that people can see and experience.
I think the many other things is, okay, definitely the stabilization of the economy. You've seen our economy as it's stable. Look at how the kwacha is performing against other major currencies. Look at the transformation that has happened in the labor sector, where workers are able to get 20% of their money. They don't need to wait until they retire. Look at the retirees that have been paid, that have waited for their money for so many years. And the UPND came into office, paid out those retirees. Look at the meal allowances that has been brought back to our students, which was taken away from them. And not only being brought back, the meal allowance also has been increased. I'm sure you saw that as media, you're on top of things.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. So there's just quite a lot that our people can talk about. I know there are other individuals that have just decided that nothing we are going to appreciate which the UPND has done, and that is just mere politicking. But an ordinary citizen is able to see that the UPND is actually a pro-poor political party that is trying to make sure that socially our people are comfortable. And we are heading there. We are not saying we are finished. We still admit that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
Mr. Ndaba, there was a time when the kwacha was almost trading equivalent to the dollar in 1980. At first, of course, the kwacha, the pound, was the same after all this. But later on in 1980 thereabouts, the difference was very small. And the promise you made as a government, the commitment was that we will see the kwacha dollar strengthen. We're still reading money markets. The amounts are still very high, compared to the time when we had even Rupiah Banda. It was favorable. You could just wake up and say, I'm buying a car. It's not
Iraq, before the war in Russia and Ukraine. I think we were heading towards somewhere. But the coming in of these wars destabilized our flow.
So your planning is dependent on other nations?
It's not dependent on other nations. But definitely, we live in a global village. We live in a global village.
But those people, they are few. Despite them being at war, and wait a minute, Mr. Ndaba. Despite those people being at war, their economies are still doing very well. Their fuel is still cheap. Their education is still very good.
They produce those products. Do we produce fuel?
So you mean as a government?
We don't produce fuel, Wakizito.
So you mean
we don't produce fuel. We don't produce fuel. We import fuel. And the other thing is that we were in so much debt. We were in so much debt. We had to pay back. And when you are paying back and you're in so much debt, there's no way your currency can gain strength.
But this is what you promised. It's not us who told you to come. Wait a minute, Mr. Ndaba.
But we've achieved. Wait a minute. I think the dollar from the time that we came in.
Mr. Ndaba,
you've seen the gradual.
Were you conning us to say, hey?
We never conned. We never conned you. We never conned you. We never conned you. Like you've rightly put it, it's not acadabra. It's not magical. People have to sit and plan and execute the plan that they've put on the table so that the benefits can accrue to the ordinary citizen. And this is what we are seeing today. In many governments, the dollar, you would find that in many previous governments, you find the dollar is gradually rising. But at least in this government, we've seen the dollar dropping. You see? So with the ambitious targets that we've set for ourselves, we should see the kwacha performing better. In the Kaunda era.
Yes.
In the Kaunda era, luckily, I saw part of that government a bit. Yes, I was a young man, but I saw a bit of activities that were then. And this is why we saw that our kwacha would stand against the greenback. But eventually, a lot of dynamics came into place. Today, as we speak, there are other countries that are producing copper. The market is wide. And also, this is why we are saying we need a matrix of things that we need to generate and sell to the outside world so that we can also have a lot of foreign currency, thereby strengthening our currency.
Okay. I do note that you are pro-poor. You did mention that UPN is pro-poor. You love the poor people. And yet when you go to the markets, I don't know, Chairperson, if you've been to markets, if you've been...
I'm always in the market.
Excellent. You people are crying the cost of living. And when we come on the food basket, things have gone very high. The government is boasting about reserves, Meanwhile, there is no money in our pockets. A proverbial disconnect.
Wakizito, we need to be realistic. These reserves that we've always talked about, it's a very important component in the running of a country. And you cannot do without them. That is your basis of running a country. Yes, cost of living was high. But for me, Wakizito, I would say it's gradually coming down. If you look at our staple food, which has been maize, previously, all the governments would rely on whatever the farmers will produce. That is it. We keep some for our own consumption. Maybe the excess, we sell. But what has the UPND done? Yes, we've encouraged farmers. Actually, for your own information, the UPND has engaged more than 17,000 farmers that are growing our staple food throughout the year, including our security wings. We are trying to be food secure. Right now, as we speak, we've set a target of 10 million metric tons. Already, in the first 4 years that we've been in office, we've reached 5 million tons. And what does it mean when we get to the 5 to the 10? It means we shall be stable as a country. Whether there's drought, whether there's what, food prices won't be affected because we've set targets to say this is what we need to have. We don't need to wait for situation arise. We should be stable and know that whatever happens, we are stable. So eventually, we shall get to a situation. Of course, things can't be as cheap as they were in 1980. There we cannot go, Kizito, we need to be realistic. Definitely, there are a lot of dynamics. Zambia still needs to grow. Certain things we don't have control over. We get them from other countries. So definitely, things need to be rising as we proceed, but it has to be reasonable to the ordinary citizen.
Okay, in 2021, and thereafter, people expected some economic relief. Do you think UPND underestimated the pressure that people had gone through?
Definitely, being in opposition, the UPND, of course, did not really know the depth. But upon assuming office, that's when reality kicked in. But thank God that we were equal to the task as a UPND. And today we are where we are because the leadership under President HAKAINDE HICHILEMA was equal to the task. The challenges that were there, people planned, people sat down and churned a way in which we can get out of this mess. And today Zambia is where it is.
Do you think you were too slow in reacting to that?
We were not slow. It's only that the challenges that were there were huge.
Okay. In opposition, you sang about violence. You condemned violence. In fact, that was your theme. And we expected cadreism to come to zero. We've seen, even amongst yourselves, at party structure, you have been fighting. We don't require evidence. No arrest from police. Sometimes we are waiting as media to see responses, communications. You almost bring the police to a place where they watch and they don't know what to do. Have you gone back or worse, than the PF?
Kizito, I think you should have said we've done better as the UPND. Look at the campaign period. Very smoothly. I must admit there were small pockets of violence here.
You call them small, someone dies, it's small?
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate if someone dies, but it's not as massive as it was previously. Because previously it was on a daily basis. That when you leave home, clad in this, you don't know whether you're going to come back home.
Maybe because you are in government, no one can attack you previously.
No. The day before yesterday, we were attacked. We were attacked.
Did you report to the police?
We did. And the police were present, actually.
And they did nothing?
They're investigating.
But they are seeing you being attacked. If
they're investigating.
How do you investigate what you have seen?
Definitely, it was like we were having a roadshow. And there were a lot of people. We only saw stones started coming. Stones started coming. So that's why I'm saying the police are investigating. I think in due time, they'll make certain arrests or they'll tell us what's the way forward. That's not our job. But obviously, they witnessed what happened. And the police also, I think they are human by the end of the day. That is just but a uniform, But the only mandate they have is to effect an arrest. So they will investigate and they will come up with that. So basically, I think as UPND, we've done well, but in the same vein, we condemn any sort of violence whatsoever. I am on record myself. If you go on my Facebook page, I came out very strong in terms of not tolerating violence. I had one candidate in Matero, my brother Salgosa. He was attacked by alleged UPND people. I took it upon myself to follow him at his house, to go and apologize what has happened, and even took it upon myself to say some of the damage that has been done, we shall compensate.
Well, nice, Mr. Ndaba. My last question, because this is interesting and you are in government, you have a lot to say. I feel your good heart. But with your good heart and the party, Zambians in 2 days are deciding whether they give you a mandate, and it's up to them. They employed you, Indeed. They can fire you.
Indeed.
It would be nice if they rehire you. But if they fire you, are you ready to, accept defeat? Even Messi, by the way, lost the World Cup and handed over, to a young man that he saw as a baby, Are you willing?
There's no choice. I must say there's no choice. We have done our part. The rest remains with the Zambian people to make the choices. They will make a choice in the same way that they made a choice to bring UPND. It's the same way that they can make a choice to bring whoever they want.
Why should they give you a fresh mandate, Mr. Ndaba, in conclusion?
I think there are many things that we've talked about, what we've achieved, the targets that we've set, that we want to see Zambia go to. That is the more reason why we are saying give us a fresh mandate so that we can achieve these targets and our country can be stable. We are not bringing solutions that, like you feel a headache and you take a Panadol. When you take a Panadol, you're feeling a headache, you are just trying to suppress the pain. But normally, those people in the medical profession, they'll always tell you that when you're feeling a headache, it's a sign that there's a problem in your body. So we don't want to cure a signal, but we want to cure the problem once and for all, so that future generations can enjoy Zambia. And we should be worried as Zambians, by the way. We should be worried in who we are going to trust. Voting just takes place in one day. But the consequences of that one day are grave for the next 5 years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndaba.
Thank you very much, Wakizit.
So that was the chairman, UPND, of course, running a very big district and province, Lusaka. And he says we may be at snail's pace because we are trying to ensure that we sort out problems and we are not giving a cosmetic answer to the issues that are obtaining on the ground. And they have since appealed that you give them a fresh mandate. He scores 8 to 10, meaning that they have 2 more issues that they need to do in the next 5 years. It is up to you, Zambians, to decide whether you give them a mandate or not. It's up to you to judge them whether they've been peaceful or not. It's up to you to judge them by your stomach, but much more by your logic, but much more by projecting the future, much more by looking at what has happened in the past and what you intend to see your children's children undergo in the next 5 years. So we go for a break, and when we come back, we have more interesting conversations and interviews.
Say hello to the new Blue Band with vanilla. Double the yum with classic Blue Band flavor and rich creamy vanilla taste. New Blue Band with vanilla, the taste you love plus vanilla. Now available in stores countrywide.
In every celebration, there's a simple choice being made. To belong, count me in. In moments of love and promises for tomorrow, count me in. At the checkout line, in the middle of an ordinary day, a reminder that every number matters. Count me in. Across our communities, our streets, the same message finds us. Count me in. From the everyday worker to the hands shaping our future every day, the call is the same. Count me in. And around the traditions that bring us together, the message becomes impossible to ignore. Count me in.
This election season, your vote counts. Get your NRC and voters card ready.
Count me in.
This is Mwamba, the Deco Queen. She turns spaces from Mayo to wow. She could fly to China for new products, but why pick jet lag when you've got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card? No flights, no visas, just browse, pay, done. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date. Simple. Be like Mwamba. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, border.
Voting is one of the few moments where we all have a voice.
One person, one vote.
No titles, no status.
Just a choice.
It's not about doing nothing.
It's about showing up.
Because your vote matters.
It's easy.
It's important.
It's ours. Count me in.
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 Meet Suilanji, curious, creative, always learning. New skills, global trends, she's in on it. Design or tech, she's exploring the best international options. And with the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, paying is the easy part. One quick tap and she's learning from the best. No stress, no visa, no problem. Even her parents are getting in on it. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV and expiry date, and that's it. Be like Suilanji. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Of course, welcome back. My next guest occupies an interesting position in this election conversation. He serves Zambia diplomatically in Tanzania, but he was also one of the most prominent public communicators associated with the ruling UPND. Today we want to separate diplomacy, development, politics and accountability. I'm joined this morning, this exclusive interview, by Zambia's Deputy High Commissioner to Tanzania, Anthony Walia. He's former Special Assistant to the President for Press and Public Relations. I can safely say he's the only one in this administration that has occupied this position. Sir, great pleasure having you. Welcome back home.
Thank you very much, Paul, for having me. It's wonderful to be back home. Let me begin by congratulating you and the team for the work that you have been doing. Phenomenal work. I can assure you that whatever you do here, even in Tanzania, it is visible. So I would like to congratulate you in your personal capacity and, of course, at team level for the important work that you are doing, anchoring important national conversations, I suppose, such as the one that we're going to be having. Your quest for the promotion of accountability and fairness in national conversations, I think that's really important, and I'm really pleased for the work that your colleagues are doing. So well done.
Thank you so much. We appreciate for those remarks. We've seen that also you're the only one, that has occupied that position as Special Assistant to the President. I was checking through last time with an official from State House. What has happened to the office that Anthony used to occupy? Say that one has not been replaced. Interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, look, public positions across all levels are occupied at the pleasure of the president, and the president has the latitude to appoint one person into one position and move them into another position. So as and when the president does please, and it pleases him, he will from time to time make those kinds of decisions. So from my perspective, nothing really unusual, standard.
Let's begin the conversation briefly by touching a few benefits that we could have seen or achieved in Zambia with the relationship with Tanzania.
Yeah.
We know that Tanzania gives Zambia access to the port of Dar es Salaam, central to major regional infrastructure. Are we extracting the full economic value from this relationship?
Yeah. Look, you raise an important point, Paul. And let me begin by indicating that Zambia and Tanzania enjoy, and we've enjoyed, a very long, cordial, constructive and productive relationship. over so many years. That relationship is a whole lot more important and crucial now as Zambia looks to reposition itself in the way and the role that we play in advancing our economic fortunes here at home, but also anchoring how regional markets work. In the Zambia-Tanzania relationship at the moment, I'm happy to report that our two countries have a fantastic relationship at presidential level. Our two presidents, President Hichilema and Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan on the Tanzanian side, they have a fantastic, fully focused relationship, ensuring that our two countries benefit hugely from the vast economic potential that link our two countries historically, as well as now and looking into the future. Obviously, historically, you and our viewers are well aware of the kind of economic linkages and ties that we have enjoyed between our two countries, from the Tazara rail line, which has served for many, many years, decades long, as an important economic bridge and pipeline for our two countries, the movement of people and cargo. But of course, over the years, this is something that everybody realizes. The economic dividends and the potential of that important economic infrastructure sort of took a dive, dwindled. And it took, and it had to take the bold and incisive leadership and decision-making of our two presidents here in Zambia, President Hichilema, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan in Tanzania, to be able to say that, look, if we want to reposition this critical economic infrastructure for what we would like for it to deliver looking into the future, we have to reinvest in it. So both presidents pushed their respective teams to work with our colleagues and counterparts on the Chinese side to ensure that we anchor down a revitalization concession agreement. You remember President Hichilema traveled to China alongside his counterpart on the Tanzanian side. A hugely important visit that was, resulting in what we now have in place as a concession agreement for the revitalization of the Tazara rail. For us as a country, we can look forward, and remember, I'm saying this in the context that over the past few years, again, because of the clarity of leadership that we have, that we continue to see on the Zambian side, we have set ourselves an ambitious target in terms of mineral production and exports. By 2030, 2031, we want to strike 3 million metric tons, right? Now, I keep on saying that there is no amount of road infrastructure in Zambia that can move that amount of bulk cargo. It's way too much, right? So it becomes vitally important that leadership on the Zambian side, through the president and his counterpart on the Tanzanian side, have pushed so hard to anchor down this concession agreement for Zambia and Zambians. Obviously, now we can look forward to real with that kind of revitalization that we're talking about. You're talking about increased cargo handling. You're talking about increased jobs for our people, and of course, everybody understands jobs mean incomes, and incomes generally do mean a better standard of living for our people. But a crucial component of that, again, I keep on saying, is what will become the transformation of Kapiri into a transport and logistics hub, not just for Zambia, but the entire Southern African corridor. You can imagine today, if you buy a vehicle and it's being received by the port of Dar es Salaam, you have to take the trip. You or your agent have to take the trip to come to Dar es Salaam. That distance is long, Paul, over 2,000 kilometers. But with what our two presidents and our respective administrations have agreed upon and anchored down, your car will be able to be delivered to Kapiri. so that you don't have to come to Dar es Salaam. You just go to Kapiri, pick up your car. Happy days. The same thing will happen with cargo. So I was trying to say all of this in the context of how important the relationship between our two countries has been and still continues to be, and the importance of the quality of leadership that our two countries continue to enjoy, much more on the Zambian side, and what we can do and achieve with that kind of leadership. And of course, you're aware we have petroleum infrastructure running through the port of Dar es Salaam all the way to the depot in Ndola. I'm here to confirm, Paul, that again, because of the quality of relationship that exists between President Hichilema and President Samia, vessels that are carrying Zambian fuel, they don't have to queue up to get into port. Now, this is something that people need to understand. If our vessels had to queue up to get into port, there could be problems here with fuel at the pump. I can tell you because I work with teams every month to make sure that Zambian vessels dock on time. Teams on the Tanzanian side, teams on the Zambian side. But all of our work has been better enabled and aided by that exceedingly important relationship of high quality between our two presidents, such that when a vessel comes in, it skips the queue, enters port, discharges, then all of a sudden we're fuel at the pump, our economy is getting powered up. So you cannot, and one
can't... It wasn't like that before?
Excuse me?
It wasn't like that before?
I'm talking about the quality of the relationship now. I think those who were there in other times, they can speak to that. I think I told you, I don't want to get political. I'll speak to what I see now. So that relationship is really sound, and for me and teams across the board, I think it is the kind of relationship that would rather
Are we able to also, quantify this type of success in terms of, investments that are available for Zambians, jobs that have been created because of these good relationships, export opportunities, agreements that have resulted from your mission work? Are we able to also quantify that?
Yeah. Remember, I'll give you a practical example because Zambians are well familiar with this. A few years ago we had a seriously debilitating drought. Not just Zambia, but across the entire Southern African region. Agricultural production capacity was a major challenge. And with that, there was a huge threat that was posed to the welfare and well-being of citizens, not just in Zambia, but also in other countries within the region. I remember then, President Hichilema, I think you remember as well, he went on the record saying, look, we are facing a difficult time, but no Zambian will die. I remember that very well. Of course, I was in Tanzania then. The question on the mind of everyone was, how were we going to navigate that exceedingly difficult and treacherous period, which was threatening the lives of our people? And again, I will go back to the quality of the relationship between our two presidents. I remember the Minister of Agriculture, by then Honorable Mtolo Piri, he was sent into Tanzania in the company of Dr. Gabriel Pollen. He was at DMMU then. On instructions of the president, they were sent into Tanzania to come and have this conversation. What was interesting was the remarks that were delivered by the then Minister for Agriculture in Tanzania. Just come. Everybody wants maize. Every country is just as important as the next one. But then the quality of relationships now begins to play its role. And for sure, Zambia got everything that we needed to get out of Tanzania, right? That benefit was not for President Hichilema. It was not for the Minister of Agriculture. It's not for the government of the day. It was for the Zambian people. But there are also, other benefits on the economic front that our two countries continue to draw. I know that our two countries are in a conversation for the expansion of the pipeline capacity to improve efficiencies. I know that there are collaborations in the electricity subsector of the energy sector with the interconnector that is being constructed to ensure that Zambia and Tanzania are able to trade with ease in the event that a need does arise either on the Tanzanian side or on the Zambian side and beyond for there to be an exchange of power. But I think what's important, especially on the Zambian side, to enable that is what you have seen, the various kinds of investments that government continues to make. I think in the energy sector, renewable energy, solar, geothermal, and I think all of that will go on into plugging into the kind of efforts that that our two governments are making.
Are you proud of the progress?
Yeah.
Are you proud of the work that you have also been able to do at the nation?
Look, it's been a privilege. This is not work that is done by one person. Yeah. Like I've told you, the work that we do is hugely dependent on the quality of relationship that the two presidents build. And we have a huge amount to draw upon that. Myself and the entire team at the High Commission in Dar es Salaam, under the leadership of our High Commissioner there, Mr. Jerry, again continues to benefit hugely from that work that has been done at presidential level, and of course at foreign affairs level. And it is just a privilege, a huge privilege, to be part of a team that continues to anchor down that important relationship between our two countries.
Awesome. Let's also address this obvious question that is lingering in the minds of the Zambians. Many have spoken into it. Why are these ambassadors back home? Why are you back just days before a general election? Is your return official? Is it political? Is it an instruction?
Looks like you guys want to chase me. But I can assure you, an election conversation for all intents and purposes is a conversation for everyone. It is a conversation for you as much as it is a conversation for me.
But you have work to do there.
And by the way, I'm on leave. Because for me to travel to the country and be able to vote, I have to take leave.
So you travel to vote?
I travel to vote, yes. But of course, like everyone else, because an election is a conversation, right? It's a conversation for you.
Political conversation.
And again, and I'll tell you what I said to you on, offset.
Yes.
When you have a conversation around the economy, the way that citizens are having a conversation about the economy, I always like to say that, look, an economy is apolitical. It doesn't have eyes, right? If the economy works, it works for everyone. And when the economy fails, it fails for everyone. It doesn't choose, right? And I know you and I were having a funny discussion when we walked in here that, look, when you bring a Hoover in here and it hoovers, it doesn't care who's going to sit there. If it's clean, it's clean. If it's not clean, it affects everybody. So I would rather stick to the essence of the conversation that Zambians care about. For example, do Zambians want an honest discussion completely divorced from politics about the status of our economy, right? An economy is a matter of fact. So, for example, we're coming from a past where the economy was dead in the waters. It was receding at minus 2.8%. There's nothing political about that statistic. It's an economic fact.
Yeah,
let me just finish.
Yeah.
Then 4 years down the line, you and I, you look at numbers every day. We know that the economy is back to positive growth. There's nothing political about that. That's just a fact. Now, these numbers don't drive themselves. The same way that the economy was dwindling a few years back, meaning industrial productivity was falling, it meant that jobs were being lost, and with that it meant that incomes were being eroded. You also remember that a few years ago inflation was at 24%, and because jobs and incomes were being lost on one side and inflation was moving in the other direction, the gap was increasing between what people could afford and what the economy was able to offer. That is what poverty is, basically, the widening gap between the cost of living and what people could afford. Those are facts. There's nothing political about that. And it doesn't matter who may have been in government then. It could have been anyone, but those are facts. Fast forward to today, the economy is back to growth. It means that jobs are back, right? Industrial productivity is on the upward swing. Incomes are coming back. And we also know that inflation is down, right? People can say a lot of things about inflation. So it's been slowed down. So here, you're building and bringing incomes back. On the other side, you are slowing inflation down. You are narrowing the gap between what people can afford, between what people are earning and what the economy can give. So you are narrowing the cost of living now. It doesn't mean that the cost of living is not increasing. It is, but you are narrowing that gap. Is there anything political about that? No, it's not. So we all agreed, for example, Paul, a few years back, that Zambia could use with having an education system that was responsive to the young and vulnerable, right? We agreed that our children needed to be taken off the streets into the classroom. When public policy like free education works, it works for everyone. It has no eyes. So when you and I have a discussion about what that policy of free education means for millions of our young men and women and their families who no longer have to make the difficult choice and decision between paying for school fees and buying food for the family. If it works, it just works.
No, but
there's
also,
nothing political about that. But can I also, and I'm going to make way for your question.
Yeah.
I just want to highlight a few more things. If Paul, a few years ago, again as a matter of fact, not politics, as a matter of fact, we know that the pace at which community development was progressing was much lower because there wasn't enough money that was being channeled towards community development. That's just a fact, right? And if it's a matter of fact now that the package for CDF, thanks to new capacity that has been created within the economy, that package has increased several times over to over, I don't know, is it 40 million? You have the numbers. Meaning that a community that previously could not build a local school for our children, that could not previously build a maternity wing for our mothers, or a mother's shelter, or could not support our young men and women via an instrument within the mainframe and structure of CDF to go to tertiary education. I come from Luvuto in Ndola. I know a lot of young men who are going to Northern Technical College and they're being supported by instruments within CDF. Now, if all of those things...
To talk party politics, should you begin to campaign? Because it sounds like it's campaign and it's campaign period.
Okay,
so as a diplomat, you that understand very well that your salary is funded by public, taxpayers,
of course,
and some taxpayers do not even support the party in government, and they see someone they are funding, publicly coming on TV and begins to highlight the achievements.
It's you who saying the achievements. I'm just discussing public policy.
Yes,
it's you who saying
the policies in the progress, and the progress of the policies and how they've worked. They see you as campaign because of the season. So for example, is that right?
So, for example, you asked me about the quality of the relationship between Zambia and Tanzania, right? And the economic dividends and benefits to be drawn from that relationship, right? And we spent a good amount of time discussing the quality of that relationship and what it means for Zambia. We've talked about Tazara, we've talked about securing our energy supplies via the Tazama pipeline, making sure that we have priority treatment at the port of Dar es Salaam. In fact, one point that I missed, Paul, I think we don't quite realize, and I didn't quite realize because I was on the other side of government. Then now I'm on the other side where I'm beginning to see firsthand the importance of quality diplomatic relationship in delivering solutions here at home, right? You know, one of the biggest problems that our country had a few years ago, and again, this is a matter of fact.
You're running out from my question.
No, and I'm going to come back to that. And I'm going to come back to that.
I don't have all the time, unfortunately. Yes.
And Paul, because this is an important public conversation, we really should make time, and we do have time. So can I just say, that, you know, now I'm sitting on the other side.
Yeah.
One of the biggest problems that we had, as a matter of fact, as a country then, was an issue of public debt. You know this, right? Again, there's nothing political about that. And
it should come from you.
But it doesn't need to come from me. It's there.
No, but why are you in the public space talking about that?
So now I'm trying to emphasize to you that,
because people are saying you've come to campaign.
No, I'm trying to emphasize to you that from my perspective, I'm now able to appreciate the amount of diplomatic work that went into ensuring that a platform was made available for Zambia to be able to engage bilateral partners, multilateral partners, both concessional lenders and non-concessional lenders. Because then you had to walk into a room, Paul, and say, look, we are a new leadership, a new focus, a new resolve. Can we talk? Right? It's just like you. You can't just bring anybody here to come and have a conversation. You have to weigh their credibility. And I'd like to think that you think that I'm worthy coming to see here. But this is what happens in diplomatic circles. That problem of debt, in my view, it needed leadership that had the right kind of credibility, and was able to energize trust. Right?
Yeah.
So the question is not, did we get that leadership? The question is, have we resolved the problem? We have. So now I'm telling you, to resolve that problem, you need leadership with the right credibility, leadership that could be trusted. The IMF could engage, the World Bank could engage, bilateral partners could engage, concessional lenders could engage, non-concessional lenders could engage. Everybody agrees that this is a leadership we can deal with. We can give them a chance to work through their problems. And this is how come now we're able to create new capacity as a nation, again, politics aside, to be able to employ these so many thousands of public sector workers. And again, and I say this with such clarity of thought, and I can put my hand on my heart. You know, any government, even where we're coming from, would have loved to employ that many civil servants. I know this in my heart. But there was just no capacity. This is what I'm saying. The economy was dead in the water. So even if any government would have wanted to increase CDF, deliver free education, employ thousands of teachers, increase social cash transfer, more, it could never have happened because capacity wasn't there. So the point being, I think it's important as a people to not conflate or confuse or mix important national conversations with politics. You and I have had a productive relationship here. No one is pointing fingers. No one is mentioning names. We're just talking about matters that are of consequence to an ordinary person here in England.
If the matters, I need to wrap up this conversation.
Already?
Yeah, already.
We need to make more time.
Yes. In wrapping up, if, for example, all this progress you're talking about, the people out there don't appreciate, and the Zambians in the next 2 days decide to kick out the ruling party out of office, will you be disappointed?
Look, Paul, an election is for the people. An election does not belong to the president. It doesn't belong to a political party. It doesn't belong to a sitting government. An election is a people's affair. It always has been. So you have to trust the judgment of the public. And I believe that when an ordinary person walks into that polling booth a few days from now, a mother will remember what free education has meant for her as a family, the child that.
If they decide not to remember.
And again, it's a matter for them.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I'm thinking that's what a voter is going to be thinking about. They'll be thinking about CDF and the opportunities that it has created for community development. They'll be thinking about the numerous thousands of public sector workers that have been employed. They'll be thinking about an economy that essentially was dead and buried. Now it is back alive and kicking. New jobs, new incomes. They'll be thinking about what could have happened had we allowed the cost of living to have been increasing and rising at 24% a few years back to where it is now at 6%. And they'll be thinking about the future opportunities that we can create for ourselves as a country, leveraging on the work that we have done together past few years.
Yeah.
So I have the utmost faith in the ability of Zambians to decide, the same way that I had the utmost faith in their ability to decide a few years ago. We had constructive, honest discussions back then, and I think this constructive and productive discussion is continuing, and that's what citizens will have at the back of their minds as they walk into that booth a few days.
Under 2 minutes, last two issues. I know I'm out of time. Many people have indicated that the communication, strategy for the UPND has greatly failed. Many people have made reference, even on my shows, how they miss you, that the communication team has failed to do a good job to communicate the good that the UPND has done. What's your analysis of the communication team of the UPND? They do mention your name, that they miss you.
Oh, really? No, but I will tell you this. In my view, the most important thing is what the president has been focusing on: dividends for an ordinary person. When you deliver free education, even if no one talks about it, children are still going to school.
It's a compliment people have had.
And I'm just giving you my perspective. When you employ 42,000 public sector workers, even if somebody doesn't talk about it, it's still a fact. When you increase CDF the way that it's happened over past few years, even if you don't talk about it, if we do the right thing in terms of implementation and utilization, the benefits will go to the people. Reconstruction, they think politics, they think government, the president, it's us, the people. What the president does is provide strategic direction. Government institutes policies to drive the economy forward. But the actual drivers powering the growth of an economy, the force behind all of that, it's you and I. It's our mothers on the streets selling groundnuts. So for me, I'd rather focus on things that are really important and of consequence to our people. As long as kids are in school, Paul,
that is not important to you.
As long as kids are in school, that's important. As long as CDF is working for our communities, that's important. As long as we have more public sector workers
the communication strategy
on the job,
is not important.
that is important.
Great. Did you have those parliamentary ambitions in closing? You had those ambitions prior to stand as member of parliament. Did you have them?
I have a job, and I'm privileged to have a job that I'm very proud and privileged to be doing, representing my country, you the people in Tanzania, and that's my focus at the moment. That's my focus at the moment, and that's the only thing that I'm thinking about at the moment. I must focus on the job, do it the best way that I can.
Should we expect you to stand in future?
The president has been doing an enormous amount of
work. Should we expect you to stand in future? Building
a fantastic relationship with his counterpart on the Zambian side.
Should we expect you to stand in future?
Colleagues at institutional level foreign affairs, they're doing an incredible amount of work fostering that relationship, and I also must focus on doing my bit to ensure that relationship remains as sound as it remains.
Parliamentary office in future.
For now, I'm focusing on my job, Paul.
In future, should we expect to see you stand?
I'm focusing on my job, and I'm just glad to be focusing on my job at the moment.
Can we expect to see you stand in future?
Look, the future belongs to God. If you want to draw me into that, I'm privileged to be alive today, and today, as today is concerned, I have an important job to do in Dar es Salaam. So that's what is preoccupying me at the moment.
Sir, welcome home. Thank you so much for the
Thank you, Sapo.
for honoring the invitation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The last time you asked me to come through, I couldn't come.
Yeah.
I was a little unwell. I know it was last minute, but today we are good. Alhamdulillah. You know what Alhamdulillah means? It means praise be to God.
Praise be to God. Indeed.
Yeah. So we are much better today. So
Awesome.
thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
And can I just say?
Yes.
I just want to echo the message of the president, citizens and stakeholders, a message of peace and unity as we go into the election. Like we've said, just because it's an election, a discussion about things that matter to colleagues who are actively involved in politics because it gets really charged, but exercise ourselves with restraint and sobriety. And always remember, and I always like to say, always remember that at the end of the day, we are just one Zambia, one nation, and one people.
So thank you so much for joining us. So that is Zambia's Deputy High Commissioner to Tanzania, Anthony Wada, former Special Assistant to President for Press and Public Relations. He joined us just to discuss a few things happening in Tanzania, but also the economic benefits we've seen from the mission in Dar es Salaam. Conversations continue after the break. Of course, Naomi sits down with another interesting guest. Stay tuned.
Voting is one of the few moments where we all have a voice.
One person, one vote.
No titles, no status.
Just a choice.
It's not about doing nothing.
It's about showing up.
Because your vote matters.
It's easy.
It's important.
It's ours. Count me in.
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 Meet Mundia. He ditched the 9 to 5 to build his brand. And yeah, he's crushing it. With the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, he's not just buying ad space, he's building hype. He pays for ads the same way he sells most of his shoes. Online, fast, and always on. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your Global Pay Card details, CVV, and expiry date. That's it. The Airtel Money Global Pay Card, that's what keeps it moving. Be like Mundia. Get your Global Pay Card in the Airtel Money section.
Welcome to New World of Entertainment in Zambia. Cartoons, music, news, movies, drama, series, documentaries, food, travel, the best from Hollywood and Bollywood, international football, including CAF competitions, La Liga, Serie A, German Bundesliga, Saudi League, Carabao Cup, Asian Championship, Barclays Women's League, local leagues, and much more. Grab your Azam TV decoder at 350 Zambian Kwacha and full kit at 589 Zambian Kwacha. Affordable monthly packages, 100 Zambian Kwacha, 200 Zambian Kwacha, and 300 Zambian Kwacha. For more details, contact us on 971-246-222. 763-664-455. WhatsApp 77-500-0013. Azam TV, entertainment for everybody.
After a long day of spreadsheets, traffic, and people saying circle back, Twambo just wants to stream his favorite show. But of course, his subscription expired. Good thing he's got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card for his global subscriptions. One tap and he's back in business. No panic, no drama. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your Global Pay Card details, CVV, and expiry date. That's it. Show back on. Subscription paid. Couch life activated. Be like Twambo. Get your Global Pay Card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Record. Of course, now we move from reporting what politicians are saying to questioning them directly. Zambia is at a crossroads. The governing UPND is asking for another 5 years. The opposition says it can offer something better. That dissatisfaction with the government does not automatically mean the alternative is ready to govern. So, after the break, we ask, Zambia at the crossroads. Is the opposition ready to govern? Economic Freedom Fighters President One in Kasonde Mwenda joins us live. Does the opposition have a credible plan? These are questions that we are asking. Does it have the structures and leadership to govern? And if handed the keys to government on August 13th, is it genuinely ready to take responsibility for Zambia from today? And of course, those questions and more when the break. After the break, we'll be back with the Freedom Fighters President to ask more questions after the show break.
Say hello to the new Blue Band with vanilla. Double the yum with classic Blue Band flavor and rich creamy vanilla taste. New Blue Band with vanilla, the taste you love plus vanilla. Now available in stores countrywide.
Quite an interesting time to be alive. 2 days to go before Zambia is headed to the polls. And many questions, obviously, that many Zambians are asking. Is the opposition ready to be the next government? These are the conversations that we're asking as Zambia, even as Zambia decides. Joining me is Economic Freedom Fighters President Kasonde Mwenda to be able to discuss these and many more. Good morning and welcome to the show.
It's always an honor to be on Prime and also to talk to these lovely people of Zambia. I'm really delighted.
Absolutely. A few days to go until we're headed to the polls, but also you recently traveled to Dubai as part of the delegation monitoring the printing of the ballot papers, and you raised many concerns really during the process. What exactly did you witness that troubled you? And if at all you did witness the issues that you did raise, do you have evidence to substantiate those concerns?
Definitely, it was an undertaking for national interest, and it's good that most of the people that were there had to put aside their personal interest or their affiliations that they belong to, and we all converged to make sure that we have a credible election. Of course, it wasn't easy. People had expectations. We also had expectations, and we noticed some challenges in the system. And one of them, if you remember, the first one that we were to bring to attention was the issue of the excess ballots that were being printed that could not be used for this election, but were being printed.
What
otherwise.
expectations did you have?
We believe that Zambia, at this stage where we have reached, we should have been a country that is supposed to be self-reliant, self-sufficient. We're supposed to be printing even our ballots in our own country. There are no machines that we saw there in Dubai that we can't manage, that we can't afford, that we can't do. We have got at government printers probably even better machines than the machines that we saw there.
So do we have the capacity?
That's what I'm saying, that we have the machines even better. We have the capacity. I think what we don't have is the confidence, the integrity, and the trust, and the system within which we can print ballots and people can trust and believe that this is genuine, it's not rigged. Because there is a lot of authoritarians. You let stakeholders have a true interest, able to monitor the process, and there's a buy-in from the opposition.
You were actually there, you went to Dubai, you were able to monitor. Where were those, concerns coming from?
Of course, it's a shame that 64 years after independence, you have to fly to Dubai and pay one person over 30,000 for a flight. To stay there is very expensive. And what is very unfortunate is there are about 13 presidential candidates, of which we know only one other party and Tonse Alliance managed to send people to go and verify for them to go and see. That already is an anomaly. If we are going to have an election, we should let the ground be leveled for everybody to participate. It should not be for the high yield only. In 2021, only PF and UPND sent people to go and observe. What about the other candidates? So what I'm saying is that we are far from a place where we need to be. Most of it that we are doing is window dressing, and I pray for a moment when we will be able to level it, make an election, be one that people can.
And when do you feel we'll actually be able to get there?
The time is now. This election gives us an opportunity because we are speaking like this now that we are in opposition, and these are the things we have formally even put across to ECZ, that these amendments need to be done. And us in Tonse Pamosi Alliance, with our president, Brian Mundubile, these are the reforms that we are bringing once we are put in power.
And now we're in a crucial period, just 2 days to go before we head to the polls. We'll be voting. Do you now have confidence in the integrity of the electoral process as it stands today?
Of course, it stands with a lot of ailments, a lot of places where we need to work it out. For instance, I remember ECZ had to blatantly tell us that you need to marshal and demand your own polling stations, and there are over 13,000. So now to stand in an election, you need to employ such kind of people. You need to have about 20,000 people that you put across the whole country. Of course, some candidates like what we are in Pamosi with Vamundubile, we can afford that. What about other players? Because this election is not just about us. It's about each and every player that is in the electoral process. So we are saying there are a lot of things. We need to have an ECZ, one that will be professional, transparent, and not biased, to a level where you can leave them to do elections.
Are you saying that they are?
Of course, they are far from it. Even them, if you are the ones who are telling you to go and protect your own vote, and then they're the ones conducting, it means they don't even have the capacity to protect your vote on your behalf. You need to go and protect it yourself. Why? You're supposed to have capacity to protect your vote. Your job should just be to stand, campaign, and vote. They protect, but if even protection of vote, you need to go and protect your own vote. What is their job?
Let's now turn to your party. Beyond your visibility as president, how strong is the economic freedom fighters institutionally? How many provinces, the districts, constituencies, wards do you have that are functioning? I don't think I know of any.
Because at the moment, we are not operating entirely as EFF. We are in an alliance. That's why you have seen me here. You see me here. You have seen Brian Mundubi, you've seen Makebi Zulu. These are the forerunners. That's why those people, when you see them, they may look like they are walking, two of them, but they are men, women behind them, and we are the people that are with them. So right now, it's not about the structures of EFF. It's about this. And moved in unity. People are saying the opposition is too fragmented. No, now we are united.
But when will you be able to put your institution in place?
Which institution? Our institution is already in place.
Without functioning district, provinces, constituencies, and wards?
Oh, I didn't know about those not functioning, because they are functioning as far as we are concerned. They are functioning everywhere. Everywhere.
When you say everywhere, where would you actually say?
I mean everywhere. Maybe you should ask me where they are not functioning, because I'm telling you they are functioning everywhere.
So you're asking voters to believe the opposition can govern Zambia. Where is the opposition government in waiting? Who are the people prepared to run finances, agriculture, health, education, energy, foreign affairs from day one?
I'll start with the president. For once, we have a very humble man. But look at his credentials. Look at his credentials. He is a man that has vast experience. This is a man who served for more than 15 years as a member of parliament. This is a man who has served as a minister. This is a man who is not only politically astute, but this is a man who's highly vested in the academics. This is a lawyer, an advocate of the High Court. This is a man who's an accountant, a chartered accountant, SCCA. This is a man with vast experience in business. This is a man that has managed to bring a scattered opposition together.
So do those credentials actually entail that he will be able to lead the country well?
You need to see from a distance. Let me can give an example. The way he's making decisions right now, it gives us hope. For instance, you said I just came from Dubai. If he was somebody who was not level-headed, the way we have seen some people, he would have looked maybe for some of his friends. This is a man I've met in the political arena, but was able to identify that Kasonde is disciplined. Some people, if you send them to Dubai, but he was able to put up a team that I know you're also proud of, that Zambians are proud of, already showing you. Some people would have sent their girlfriends. Some people would have sent their nephews.
Could that be the reason why you are aligned with him? Has he convinced you that he's better prepared to lead Zambia with all these issues that you're bringing out about him?
The time he was sending me, I was already aligned with him. So that's not the reason. I was already aligned. They were already in the alliance. There was a time when we went through a bumpy road, when we were supposed to have been on the ballot. We even paid the nomination fees. Wasn't I not banded up, put in custody, sent to Chinsari like a common criminal? It's not that we believe in a hope that refuses to die. Now today we stand for the same vision, and we are proclaiming that Nabamundubile, it's not only him now. He has a team. Trust me, 2 eyes are better than one. Mamundubile, one good quality that I like about him is that his bones are not hard. He's a person you can tell and say, we have heard that there is a lot of animosity. Can you come back? He will come. That's one good quality that I have seen on him. Zambians, we have an opportunity to build a leader that we can tell. Some other people that we know so well, I hear they are the ones even in cabinet who lecture everybody.
And now Zambians are all now asking, is this a...
It's not developing a country, uniting us, giving Zambia a hope again that they can live like human beings. If you're on social media, you have seen a video where they are beating a youth defenseless tied to a pole in this day and age. That is crime against humanity. Under the sanctioning of this president, he sent the army to go and whip people. Where? In Mufumbwe. And those are the outcomes. So we are hoping to have a more sober government, a more heartful, a more loving, and Mamundubile fits those credentials. I have been with him. I have seen him talk. I have seen him exercise restraint and love for the people.
What would you say are the 3 fundamental policy differences between your alliance and the UPND?
Definitely, we are pro-people, pro-poor Zambians. First and foremost, the place, Barandati, Akakudiakaria is the most determinant. Zambians want, above all things, they want to eat. They want to have an earning that they can sustain themselves. They want to have employment. As we have chosen to put Zambians in the forefront of our pursuits, our minerals that are mushrooming, we have seen everywhere. There's gold in Kasensedi, there's gold in Kanyerere, in Mpika. All these minerals, which were far from Zambians, we are bringing them closer. Now, if you go in villages, as we have been campaigning, you go to a village, you won't even find by youth, Mumpanga, to go and look for something to bring for their family. They are living a danger. They are lucky when they come back, because the government has risen against them. As when we come, we're coming to normalize there, equip them, strengthen them. Look, Firefirongoma, those pits where they say, no, they are going to die, we are preventing them to die. There are no minerals that don't come from the pits.
What about those that will argue and speak into how government has not risen against them, the increment of CDF, the free education policy, and the many other policies that the UPND have been able to give the Zambians?
Of course, what we are bringing is much more than that, and even more of that. Free education, we are even expanding it more. We are making sure that not only will you not pay, but even uniforms, you will find them right there.
So you actually acknowledge that the free education law now is actually good, because you're speaking into how you want to actually make it better.
It has always been there even before Hakainde. He went for free to school. He was even sent abroad to school. So it's not a UPND program. Ask him, did he pay anything when he was at UNZA? No, it was free education. So free education is not a child entirely. It is a thing we have all been cumulatively building on. And us, we are coming to make it even better. Social cash transfer, right now they are at 800. We are coming to notch it even higher to make it 1,200. Fertilizer, they give a few groups here, people end up sharing. We are coming to notch it up even higher. We are giving 8 bags under the government.
So would you say the promises that you're speaking into the voters should be able to use that to hold you accountable if you ever form government?
Definitely, we are part in this, and I can give you one factor, is that my prayer also individually, speaking also as EFF president, is that in this alliance that we are coming, some of us are coming to radio stations, to TV stations, promising these things. And I know people respect us and they believe in us. This we are saying even to our colleagues. When we form government, some of us, our desire and our plan is that this thing should be fulfilled. Because I want to work at Sula. And we don't, because we are not liars. So if others are just promising, as long as they are with us, they should brace themselves that what we are promising we will need.
But Zambians actually speak into how politicians are liars, because half the times you promise things and never fulfill. How can the Zambians be able to trust that what you are speaking to them, you definitely be able to fulfill?
I'm glad you and me could be married, but you look young. And people say...
young are married.
Yes. So people have a view the way they say, no, men are like this, women, but we end up all getting married. We look for the best, sometimes even from among the so not trusted. We find something. So I can't speak to say, no, this group is perfect. But I'm praying that the same way we're able to find a man to marry us from the many who ends up giving us a good life, I pray that we'll try in our able capacity to give Zambia something hopeful. I went to Dubai, as you say. I've seen how we used to help to Dubai, as in the 1972, we could send relief food there. This time, Ngamaya, it's heaven on earth, but Yashka. And I'm like,
and that is what you're promising the Zambians?
Of course.
Heaven on earth?
I didn't say heaven on earth, but I'm promising them a journey to of walking towards that place.
Have you been promised a government position if the NRPUP wins?
I don't think there's anyone who's been promised anything. That's our policy.
Is that a yes?
I'm saying there's no one promised anything there in the alliance. There's no one promised anything.
So you haven't been promised anything?
These are issues we have sat down and discussed, that we are going into this battle to fight and give people a chance and not going in for positions. I don't have a position at all.
So it's not about positions?
I mean, how can they even give me a position? They have not formed government. They have not even
if they actually do form government?
That issue, we tabled it, as we don't Peter Mumbari. Those issues, we tabled it, and we agreed that there's no one getting any portfolio at this stage. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. If what I give out is something that they feel we need at this moment, I'm ready to serve. But if that's not what they are ready, I mean, I will still support me, even in more opposition, I can continue.
A little challenge for you. Is Kasonde Mwenda supporting NRUP because you genuinely believe it offers Zambia the best government, or because EFF cannot win the presidency on its own?
EFF was on the ballot. Then the government came and removed it, and even put me in jail, sent me to Chinsari. So we are not people who went into NRPUP to go and seek anything. It's because our road was cut.
So you actually believe
we had what it took. We had a plan. We had a vision. We had sold ourselves across the country. I mean, we had the hope. And besides, we are carrying on our shoulders a responsibility that cannot be traded. And that's the responsibility of the youth. But youth want to be swift. So wherever we are, with a certain capacity that we build, we want to represent them.
History is very important. I like to speak into how, in fact, trust is a certainty of things that have happened in the past. And from the past, really, oppositions haven't done so well together. What has the opposition learned from previous opposition alliances that collapsed after elections or before?
I think in modern times, alliances have not even been collapsing, any. But nonetheless, I think generations and times come, divisions come. There are so many TV stations that have arisen and fallen. But here's Prime, is still here, passed through many governments. I feel there comes a time when people who believe in something finally merge their minds and they meet compromises. We do not expect that to agree on everything. And that's the beauty. I was just telling yesterday that some of us are proponents. We fight for, not everybody may agree with me, but I'm going into this government, carrying on shoulders those people that lost money in Kamono, and we'll be able to speak for them inside government that they could be compensated. So we are coming with divergent views, but we agree that we'll be meeting at one level and make sure. For instance, we believe that Zambians deserve lower taxes. The way they are living right now is not fine. So we are bringing this to the table in our diversity, and we'll make something
right. And even as we're in the 9 minutes of the show, I know it have gone on and on and on. If you lose on August 13 and independent observers and the courts find the election credible, will you be able to concede defeat?
I mean, right now, some of us, if you look in our lives, we have been beaten. Right now, supposed to be crying because the government has got my 100,000. But look at me, I'm even here. I'm not crying. Some of us don't give up. We are unbreakable. They hit us, we fall down, we rise again. So what this election offers for us is an opportunity. Whether God allows it or it doesn't allow us, you will see me in this studio. You invite me, I'll come.
And if you win, can you assure Zambians that there will be no political retribution against people associated with the current government?
It's not like right now we don't have capacity to do serious retribution.
You would?
Some of us have got capacity even right now. If we wanted to be vengeful, we could revenge. But it is not born in us. Some of us, we believe in the true gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. And we try at all means to live it. It may not reflect on our faces because but all in our hearts, those that are close to us know our character. That the love that we have for the people of Zambia is not one that will be blemished or one that will be soiled.
Indeed, you love the Zambians so much, even as we go forget the slogans, forget the personalities of what I seated at home right now watching us, who may be unhappy with certain things under the UPND, but why should they trust the opposition with the entire country? You have 1 minute to convince that voter.
Oh, a moment has come when people can shape a future that they can trust and believe in. Mamundile could not be an expert. Mumingalato has not been there for a long time. But this offers an opportunity for us to shape him. Have a president that we can shape to help us live our dreams. Zambia is a rich country, but we have had governments that have put in front of them interest of other people. But now we have an opportunity. And some of us, we are gatekeepers to make sure that your dreams, especially by youth, Banamayo, we will make sure that this government delivers what it is promising. If it doesn't, some of me, I can assure you, I will resign if it doesn't promise, it doesn't fulfill.
We will really indeed see if you resign. We have heard that a lot of times, but we don't actually get to see credible leaders resigning. So we would countries headed to the polls in just close the breakfast show this particular morning.
Say hello to the new Blue Band with vanilla. Double the yum with classic Blue Band flavor and rich creamy vanilla taste. New Blue Band with vanilla, the taste you love plus vanilla. Now available in stores countrywide. Say hello to the new.
In every celebration, there's a simple choice being made. To belong, count me in. In moments of love and promises for tomorrow, count me in. At the checkout line, in the middle of an ordinary day, a reminder that every number matters. Count me in. Across our communities, our streets, the same message finds us. Count me in. From the everyday worker to the hands shaping our future every day, the call is the same. Count me in. And around the traditions that bring us together, the message becomes impossible to ignore. Count me in.
This election season, your vote counts. Get your NRSC and voters card ready.
Count me in.
This is Mwamba, the Deco Queen. She turns spaces from mayo to wow. She could fly to China for new products, but why pick jet lag when you've got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card? No flights, no visas, just browse, pay, done. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date. Simple. Be like Mwamba. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure,
Vote Voting is one of the few.
Extraordinary day break, and we, coming back now, a lovely interview there, and you picking on to just try and understand the empirical away from, what is asserted, basically to the truth, and really enjoying the breakfast in the morning, and no one wanting to go home right away.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know what they say, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. We've had an absolutely fantastic time, and the breakfast has actually even made it better. Paul.
Yeah, so, let's concentrate. It's very important. I had a great conversation with Kasonde Mwenda, and also with Mr. Ndawa and Anthony Wali. I think that is how it ought to be, to give an opportunity to the Zambians to hear from various diverse voices and not only from one side. It's a very crucial week. We are giving an opportunity to Zambians to make informed decisions. That's right. Come this Thursday, and I think from the voices they are hearing, their choice is left to them.
Absolutely, absolutely. So indeed, the choice is yours, even as we head to the polls. 2 days remaining. Today's conversation really has been bordering on whether Zambia is ready for a change of government, basically exploring whether the opposition is ready to take the reins of power. And that's it. It's a wrap from us.
We're back again tomorrow from 6 to 10 hours.
6 indeed.
6 in the morning.
You just wake up with us.
Yes.
In case you wake up late, just 6 o'clock, tune in. And we'll have a great conversation. Yet again, it will be the eve, very important day, eve of the 13th of August. So the last day also for political parties to, campaign, even for us to host, political conversations. That's right. So you don't want to miss those conversations tomorrow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And my take, team, is that tomorrow, even as we have the last day and we go to the polls the next day, it's Zambia that will win. It's not which party, because at the end of the day, whoever wins becomes our leader and our political party to represent us for that season and for that moment. So I think that emotions must be tamed and controlled, because we only have one Zambia, we only have one country where we can record our citizens. So I don't think that it's UPND or any other party that is winning. It is the Zambians that are winning.
Well said, Tim. I know we're unable to get your calls and read your messages, but we'll be able to do that tomorrow. We may be saying our goodbyes here, but that platform does not switch off. On behalf of poor Kizito, myself, and of course the rest of the entire production team, and you, who's been with us from when we started at 6, it's bye-bye. Now the team will see you tomorrow. Daybreak is brought to you by Airtel. Daybreak was brought to you by Airtel.
Meet Suilanji, curious, creative, always learning. New skills, global trends, she's in on it. Design or tech, she's exploring the best international options. And with the Airtel Money Global Pay Card, paying is the easy part. One quick tap and she's learning from the best. No stress, no visa, no problem. Even her parents are getting in on it. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your Global Pay Card details, CVV and expiry date, and that's it. Be like Suilanji. Get your Global Pay Card in the Airtel Money section of the My Airtel app and top it up straight from your wallet.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
After a long day of spread streets, traffic, and people saying circle back. Twambo just wants to stream his favorite show. But of course, his subscription expired. Good thing he's got the Airtel Money Global Pay Card for his global subscriptions. One tap and he's back in business. No panic, no drama. At checkout, just pick MasterCard and enter your global pay card details, CVV, and expiry date. That's it. Show back on. Subscription paid. Couch life activated. Be like Twambo. Get your global pay card in the Airtel Money section of